Good evening, everyone. All right, one more time because we have a full house in the building. Good evening, everyone. There we go. The June 27, 2024 board meeting is now called to order. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Moore, DPS colleagues, and Durham community. Tonight, we celebrate the remarkable achievements of our students, staff, and community supporters. This is a special time for us to recognize the dedication, hard work, and excellence demonstrated across our district. From academic accolades to extracurricular triumphs and innovative partnerships, we are proud to highlight the outstanding contributions that make our school community shine. These celebrations are a testament to the talent, perseverance, and collaborative spirit that define DPS. And we are honored to share these successes with you tonight. We will begin our celebrations with our DPS All-American D-Day band participants, followed by excellence in athletic administration, and then our Spark Pen recipients. We will close with outgoing board member recognitions. Please welcome Mr. Les Turner, Director of Arts Education, to present our All-American D-Day band participants.
Good evening, Chair Umstead, esteemed members of the Board of Education, and of course, Interim Superintendent Kathy Moore. In the true celebration of the unlimited potential of arts education here in Durham Public School, this evening we get to lift up two of our very own outstanding young musicians from Jordan High School, who just earlier this month had the opportunity to represent not only DPS, but the United States in a once-in-a-lifetime international exchange of artistic celebration. For the history lovers in the audience, you know that 80 years ago, there occurred the largest amphibious assault, that's something that's there for sure, world history called D-Day, which was the driving force behind the Allied liberation of France and the beginning of the end of the Nazi tyranny that once engulfed the area. Our very own Durham Public School students, musicians, have had the honor of membership in the D-Day band celebrating this and commemorating, performing the ceremonial music for the officially recognized wreath-laying ceremonies and at the cemeteries and memorials throughout the area. The band also performed the International Salute to Liberation and led the D-Day Memorial Parade. Additionally, our young musician scholars spent time in Washington, D.C., training with the U.S. Army Band, and performed at the National World War II Memorial. To be considered for such a membership in the All-American D-Day Band, students had to be nominated by their band director. Cameron Garris, Jordan High School's band director, is here with us tonight to help celebrate his students. The students then completed an application that considered their previous musical performance merits, such as honors band, all districts, and such, as well as the students' academic merit, GPA, Honor Society, AP course load, and the community service piece that is so critical for all of our students. After progressing through a 250 max finalist process through across the United States, the students then completed with a collegiate level audition on their instrument, which reviewed by the one and only Colonel Timothy Halton, retired leader and commander of the United States Army Band, who made the final selection of the ensemble participants. And it was under 50 that were selected, is my understanding. Chair Umstead, Superintendent Moore, members of the Board of Education, and DPS community, please help me congratulate our two selected Jordan High School band students who represented Durham Public Schools this year in the All-American D-Day Band. Playing tenor saxophone, you'll come on up, Mr. Edmund Armistead. And playing euphonium, Mr. Andrew Scribber.
Congratulations to those students for their outstanding achievement, truly remarkable. At this time, I'd like to welcome Dr. Deborah Pittman, Assistant Superintendent for Specialized Services, for a special recognition for athletic administration excellence.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, and good evening, board members, Superintendent Moore. Tonight, we are excited to celebrate the outstanding accomplishments that have been obtained by Mr. David Hackney, our Director of Athletics, Health and Physical Education, Driver's Ed, and Wellness. Mr. Hackney has been recognized twice over the last year, and I tried to get him up here last year, and he said no. And so the second award came in, and I said yes. So Mr. Hackney has been recognized by the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association for his achievement as, last year, a certified athletic administrator, and then this year, certified master athletic administrator. To earn those distinctions, Mr. Hackney demonstrated exemplary knowledge, contributions, and ongoing professional development in the field of interscholastic athletic administration. This is a voluntary certification process, which included a thorough evaluation of his educational background, his experience, the NIAAA leadership courses, and professional contributions. First was culminated with a practical oral or written presentation, the latter a rigorous, comprehensive written examination. Durham Public Schools is fortunate to have such an outstanding professional who is committed to continuous professional growth to obtain the highest credentials. Congratulations to Mr. Hackney for these hard-earned and well-deserved achievements. And I believe his wife is with us as well this evening. Congratulations.
Y'all need to go have like a date night, because you know, you're not free that often in the evening.
Congratulations again, Mr. Hackney. The DPS Spark Pin is presented to students, staff, and community members who exemplify our district's core beliefs and exhibit excellence in their daily actions. Our first Spark Pin recipients are members of our Parent Ambassador Program. Our parent ambassadors play a critical role in fostering a strong and supportive community within our schools. These parents volunteer countless hours attending events, learning about district programs and initiatives, sharing that information with families, and being overall champions of our public schools. Their commitment goes beyond the call of duty, and it is a testament to the power of community involvement in education. These efforts will not only enhance the educational experience of our students, but also strengthen the bonds of our community. It is my great pleasure to recognize this remarkable group of individuals who have dedicated their time, energy, and passion to our schools. We are incredibly fortunate to have you as part of our Durham Public Schools family. As I call your names, please come forward to the red carpet with us this evening. They've already received their Spark Pin, so they are ready to be greeted by our board and our superintendent. Mary Sanford. LaDonna Allison. Demarius Smith. Kia Allah. And Kelly Jones. And Mavreen Scott. We'd like to get a group photo with our parent ambassadors, so if you could please just center yourselves. Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge Maria Bushguy, Director of Marketing, Ashley Stevens, Director of School Innovation, and Darnice Massey, Coordinator of Family and Community Partnerships, for their leadership and support of this program. Additionally, special thanks to the DPS Foundation for their sponsorship of our parent ambassadors. Our next Spark Pin recipients are the unsung heroes of our Board of Education meetings. Whether you have attended a board meeting in person or joined them virtually, there are many hands that support making these meetings accessible to our community. This is a tall task on any given day, even more so during a year with unforeseen challenges. These dedicated employees rose to the occasion time and again to ensure that everything was executed as seamlessly as possible, from sounds and visuals to ensuring that everyone felt safe and heard, and that they were in the right place at the right time. This incredible effort does not go unnoticed. Thank you for going above and beyond, and for often juggling multiple roles at one time with a smile. We are deeply grateful for your support and commitment. Please come forward as your name is called. Now, I will preface that these employees do not know that they are receiving this recognition tonight, so it may take them a few moments to get to the front. First, Nicole Smith, Executive Assistant to the Board of Education. Members of the DPS IT department who support AV for all meetings, Javen Griffin, Shatasha Boney, and Camelia Fleming. Somebody might want to stay back there. Here they come, yay. Jeff Staten from DPS Safety and Security. While Jeff makes his way to the front, our interpreters, Marty Ramirez, Martha Romo Urguiles, and Vanessa Pena Ramirez. And last but not least, the members of the award-winning Office of Public Affairs, Crystal Roberts, Maria Bushguy, and Tony Cunningham Jr. Surprise. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
At this time, I'll turn our celebrations over to Chair Umstead for outgoing board member recognitions.
Come down here, which will feel different. Good evening, everyone. Again, we have two board members who will be rolling off of our board. This is their last full board meeting, and we wanted to make sure we got an opportunity to celebrate them before they leave. I'll start with Ms. Javonia Lewis, who's here with us tonight. I feel like I'm getting emotional up here. You joined our board in 2020 during an unprecedented time. While we navigated stay-at-home orders, vaccine distribution, and return to school, you remained steadfast in your commitment to ensure DPS students stayed safe and engaged in learning. Throughout the years, you've been unapologetic in your commitment to excellence and equity, and that's shown through your service on the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force, the passage of the Crown Act resolution, leading to a whole week of celebrations on the beauty of our crowns. I will certainly miss you on the board, the way you speak truth to power, the way you celebrate and honor the work that we do, and the way you also challenge us to be better for our students. I know, though, that you'll still be cheering us on and you're still going to let me know where you stand, even when you're not on the board. Your contributions will continue to push us forward as we continue to grow and ignite the limitless potential of our students. So I have a couple of gifts here, but I do want to open it up if board members also want to share anything before we pass those out. Go ahead. Ms. Chavez.
Well, I just want to say thank you. And I want to say I really appreciate the perspective you bring, the questions you ask. Often you ask questions that I'm like, I never would have thought to ask that. The passion that you bring for your work. I really I also want to recognize you as a fellow 3-wing 2 and our when we found out we had that, mental alignment, it all made sense. I appreciate just our jokes and all of that, but we've had some good times. And I just want to say I really honor and respect you as an example of a mother who is fighting to change the systems that her children are growing up in, and your advocacy, your for parents who are also fighting for their children to have better school experiences, outcomes. So I know you will continue that work. I look forward to continuing to work with you, and I thank you for that powerful example that you've given to all of us.
Miss Lewis, we've had these conversations, right? We've been preparing for this time. Today feels like a full circle moment. Our advocacy started together around student discipline disparities, and we will get to address that again tonight on our agenda. I want you to know, and I want everybody to know, that I appreciate your voice and I appreciate the inspiration that you've always offered to me and the encouragement. I'm so grateful that you encouraged me to join the PA and advocate for students on a political level, even locally. And it has been a true pleasure to serve with you and to hear your voice and to hear you. I'm not going to cry either. And to hear you standing with me to fight for better systems for all of our children. It has been a true pleasure. And I look forward to you continuing to challenge us and to challenge me as an individual, and challenge Durham Public Schools to be better. Thank you for your service.
I was thinking back to 2020 when you and Ms. Valladares joined the board, and it was an impossible time. We were on screens together in Zoom boxes for your swearing in. We weren't able to be together in person for months and months and months. And that didn't stop you or Ms. Valladares from bringing your true hearts and your true selves and your true, I was thinking heart and soul to this work. And that is what you have done every minute, every day, with full authenticity and focus. And so I am so appreciative of the way that you engage in this work, both on the board, but also in the community and in your own family. The way you lead quietly, the way you ask important questions that drive the work forward and make us better together. And so I'm just so appreciative of the heart and soul that you bring to this work and the Durham community. I know your work is not going to stop. It will continue and change and evolve. And I just look forward to supporting you in new ways as you continue the work in the community and beyond. You have changed us for the better, and I appreciate your heart and soul for this work.
Get a turn. Ms. Lewis. Have some notes here. You are a tireless advocate for racial equity. You've worked to help me see my blind spots and push me to continually improve. For that, I'm grateful. You have consistently made an effort to communicate transparently with me, and you've always been open to listening to my perspective. We often align, and when we don't agree on something, we've been able to engage in discussions to better understand one another's perspective, and I really couldn't ask for anything more in a board member. So thank you. But in addition to all of this, you're really quite a fun seatmate up here on the dais. You sometimes leave me the good chocolates, and you always show up with entertaining commentary. So thank you, and I will really miss you.
We will let your children know that you are funny. So we have a plaque for you if you want to come on down. It says, with sincere appreciation presented to Javanya Lewis in recognition of your outstanding leadership and dedicated service on the Board of Education and to the students, families, and staff of Durham Public Schools. Thank you for your commitment to public education in Durham. Want to say any words, Miss Lewis?
Very, very appreciative of these kind words and comments for me in this journey. And I've had the opportunity to prepare a few words I'd like to share with you all as I journey forward and transition off the board after this meeting and tomorrow. Still got a little more work to do. My journey with the school board truly began when I was just one parent advocating for equity, access, culturally responsive curriculum, and supporting the whole child. In 2016, I learned about the Priority Zone magnet lottery at my child's school that had no mechanism to prevent the recreation of segregated schools like we had in 1955. Several parents and I demanded answers from DPS. We wanted to know the purpose of the magnet schools, the purpose of priority zones, and most importantly, we wanted to see the disaggregated data that supported the assumptions about the curriculum and the academic data success for all students. Answers vary depending on who you asked, which called into question the current purpose of magnet schools. Were they created equally with equity in mind? And did every child have access and the necessary opportunities for success, which led to the zoning questions? And we discovered that Durham Public Schools had not been rezoned since 1992. Between 2019 and now, this board most notably instructed and implemented Growing Together, an impactful redistricting plan. This system overhaul took insight, research, policy change, robust community engagement, and courage. Growing Together ensures that diversity, equity, access to rigorous curriculum, global language, arts, and STEM programming is extended to every student in our community, regardless of their zip code. Growing Together brings students and families from economically diverse backgrounds together and creates a pathway towards a more equitable distribution of resources. So while I acknowledge that we are still settling into this plan, and yes, the start of the 24-25 school year will require patience and solution finding, I am proud to have served with courage and persistence to achieve something that had not been done in 30 years. Thank you to the staff who has allowed me to be a part of this board who continue to push to get this redistricting to happen during this time. It has been full circle, Millicent, as you said. Over the past 4 years as a school board trustee who has advocated for equity, human rights, and dignity in the school community, I have collaborated on policies such as as you mentioned, the racial and educational equity policy, the Crown Act resolution, Black Lives Matter resolution, the Leandro resolution, the English language learners resolution, the LGBTQIA plus policy, along with many other policies for governance, and even sunsetting many that no longer supported our values. During my tenure, I have served on the Durham Homeless Service Advisory Committee, championed those students a part of McKinney-Vento. I've served on a Safety and Wellness Task Force and the Durham's Early Child Care Action Plan Committee. And in 2021, my board colleagues entrusted me with the privilege of serving as a vice chair. No one can say I wasn't about the business of this board and being present. Even if I had to be at some meetings virtually, I was still here and doing the work of the people. Among the community partners and citizens I met along the way, I've been most inspired by Durham student organizations, the children, like the Black Student Union at Jordan High School and the Student for Mental Health at Durham School of Technology. I was honored to lead alongside our county's youth as we invited the community to participate in a day of remembrance. This powerful event united our city, county, and school board governing bodies to amplify the voices of our students about what safety and wellness look like to them. Student voices matter. We have to continue to put them first. As you all know, I will continue to listen to diverse voices, identify common interests, in creating opportunities for people to truly hear each other and collaborate to find compassionate solutions. Above all else, over the past 4 years, we've learned how critical this work is. As I joined the school board during an international pandemic, and I, like my colleagues, were committed to providing resources needed for a safe learning environment to support our educators, staff, and most vulnerable student populations. This past year, DPS payroll confusion has led to endless frustration for our classified workers. The DPS board will need to continue to be transparent and increase trust. Through it all, I have learned that we have to ask the hard questions and listen deeply to multiple perspectives. And while we've overcome challenges and had some victories, there's still more work to do. I was privileged to be able to attend 2 ceremonious ribbon cuttings for school openings, Lions Farm Elementary and the new Northern High School, as an extension of the work from the previous board before I joined. And I saw it too through the finish line for them. That is the same hope that I have for this current board. I hope that my colleagues will remember the work that this board started, and most importantly, remember to bring the community along the way with you. This work is not for the weary or the easily offended. It takes deep commitment, compassion, and endurance. It takes strength outside of yourself, and it takes the support of loved ones. I am grateful for my husband, our 3 sons, our extended family, and all who loved me dearly and prayed for me along the way during this time. Being an involved parent who campaigned to serve on the school board has been personal for me, and it provides me with a deep sense of connection to something much greater than myself and my family. Not only do I want my child to thrive and find success, but I also want to bring other parents along with me so their children can thrive as well. That has been a cornerstone of my service. Thank you for allowing me and having me. The work will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Our other colleague, Ms. Valladares, is not able to be here this evening, but I am still going to read something in honor of her, and we'll open it up for the board members as well. Ms. Valladares' heart is evident, and that she brought it every time she came to work in our meeting and every interaction. She constantly reminds us of who may be viewed in the community as the least of these, and told us to make sure that we centered our decisions around those students, those families. she reminds us that every single student deserves our absolute best, and they deserve our fight for them to make sure they have what they need. Ms. Valladares keeps us connected and rooted in community. She keeps the students at the center, and their stories drive her to continue to fight and advocate. She is currently with students right now, which is why she's not able to be at this meeting. I know the hard work that she does will continue through the many efforts continuing to push us to support our English language learner students, students with disabilities, connecting students with communities, and connecting our students with academic achievement. Ms. Valladares, you will be missed, and we certainly appreciate your service on the board. We also have a plaque for her as well, and as well as a gift bag with some other goodies in there. But I'll open it up to the other board members.
Did all that talking. I didn't know you wanted me to start. Oh, gosh. Alexandra Valladares, te amo. You are my sister, and I love you and all that we were able to do. We will forever have stories of how this journey started for our campaign to being of service here. I so appreciate the perspective you brought, the energy and the passion that you continue to have to push us and to grow us even more. I wish you were here. I wish we had the forethought to have you do a video, to do a song, but we will celebrate when you get back. You are so appreciated. And all I can say is I love you, and I look forward to growing old, continue doing the work, growing old and telling the stories about all the work we did, all the journey, and bless you, sis.
So Ms. Valladares' election was historic as we welcome the first Latina woman elected to this board. She came with full heart and passion and purpose. She brought vulnerability. She brings it everywhere she goes. She brings her whole self. And that is a gift that she shares with this board and with this community. We are blessed by her voice. She's also a gifted singer. If you ever get a chance to see her perform, she's an incredible performer as well. I so appreciate her voice for every student, every child, but particularly those who face barriers from language, barriers from being the immigrant community. And she reminds us always of the strengths and the gifts of those students and families, and challenges us each to find ways to reach out and connect. She has a heart for the earth and for sustainability. We have our first solar roof largely because she pushed us to work on sustainability initiatives into new level. I know very much that her work also will continue because her voice is woven into this community, and we welcome it in all the ways that she's going to continue to challenge us and share her heart with this community. So thank you, Alexandra. We miss you.
I'll go next. Alexandra, hope you're going to watch this later. You are a tireless voice for the community, taking the time to show up, to connect, to listen, and to consistently bring the experiences and the perspectives of those not represented here in the boardroom into all of our discussions and all of our decision-making. I know that this has not been easy, but it's so critical, and I hope that those of us remaining here on the board will continue to honor your legacy and the voice of this community by taking the time to show up and listen as you have. I also have appreciated that when I talk to you, I can count on you telling it straight and always speaking from the heart. You won't mince words or avoid saying the difficult things, but rather tackle them head on. I've appreciated this about serving with you, and I hope that as you cycle off this board, you'll continue to remain in communication and be the truth teller that we so often need up here.
This is so hard without Miss Valladares here. But Alexandra, I am incredibly grateful for your service on the board, and your support throughout these last 2 years. You were one of the first people that I was able to connect with and have very vulnerable conversations about what it means to be a non-traditional leader in this community. And I appreciate you hanging in here with us and being in this journey with me. I appreciate all the people you bring with you. People say some of us wear our hearts on our sleeves, and you wear the spirit of all those that aren't in this room on your sleeve. And I am grateful for that, and grateful that you bring that to every policy that we discuss, every practice we discuss, and every vote we take. And you will be missed. And I hope you will continue to come to us with your concerns, both at the podium and privately. We'll miss you.
This is also a little strange speaking to Alexandra, who's not here, but I also miss having you here at this meeting. And that I regret that you can't receive our words and energy in person. But I also think it is fitting that you would be in the motherland at this time in a Latin American country. We are in many ways two very different Latinas, but we also have some, our values are aligned, and we also have some interesting parallels that we discovered along the way to our experiences. And I think it is so special that we were able to serve as two Latino women in a group of 7 and with a Latina interim superintendent at this time. Where else in North Carolina is that happening? Nowhere. In fact, there are very few Latina elected officials in the state, period. So it's been very special. You are authentic through and through, and you just have a special fire. I think everybody knows that who's ever met you. And I know that our journey to improve the lives of children will continue to transform. And it's just been so special. So we miss you. We will miss you. And I know your voice and presence will be close as we continue to move forward as well. Besos.
We will make sure that Ms. Valladares gets her gifts, and we may try to invite her back for a meeting in August so we can also share some additional words with her and celebrate her on the live stream. Thank you all for the celebrations and allowing us an opportunity to say goodbye to our colleagues. We're going to go ahead and get started with the work for the meeting this evening. The next item on our agenda is our superintendent's update. I'm going to pass it over to Interim Superintendent Caddy Moore.
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members and DPS community. As the 23-24 school year comes to a close, I'm pleased to share an update on the achievements of our district students and staff. Earlier this month, we celebrated the class of 2024 with our annual commencement ceremonies. Durham Public Schools presented over 2,000 diplomas to graduates this year, and the class amassed $77.1 million in scholarships. This year's total is $7.6 million more than the scholarship amount earned last year. These Durham Public School students personify the term commencement. as they are well prepared to begin their lives as aspiring young adults who will make contributions in a tremendous way to our society. We wish them well. Last week, DPS hosted Splash. Staff from across the district dove into professional learning to prepare for the 24-25 school year. Splash is a 4-day conference for DPS certified and classified employees that provides professional learning aligned with overall student achievement goals. The district also hosted its summer leadership retreat just over the last couple of days, June 25th through 27th, for principals, assistant principals, and central services leadership this week. The theme was Building Our Future. We enjoyed a keynote from Mayor Leonardo Williams, and the presentation supported the goals of our strategic plan. I'd like to thank our professional learning team, the IT department, presenters, and the many individuals who helped make these events successful for the hundreds of staff who participated. Also last week, DPS and the City of Durham hosted a visit from Second Gentleman Douglas Emhoff and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Administrator, Jean-Ann Gettle, who were here for a press conference to raise awareness about the Biden administration's lead pipe removal initiative and announce funding to support clean water in our schools. The event was held at Lions Farm Elementary School, and our own principal, James Hopkins, brought welcoming remarks. I'd like to congratulate Christian Colthart Parr, Skilled Trades Pathways teacher at Southern School of Engineering and Sustainability, for being one of the 50 finalists nationwide for the 2024 Harbor Freight Tools for Schools School Prize for Teaching Excellence, mouthful, which honors excellent teaching in skilled trades education in U.S. public high schools. He is now in the running for one of 25 prizes totaling $1.5 million, which will be awarded in the fall of 2024. Also, congratulations to Tyler D'Angelo, agriculture teacher at Jordan High School, who is a finalist for the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching 2024 Burroughs Wellcome Fund CTE Teacher of the Year. This prestigious accolade honors educators for their dedication, innovation, and the ability to inspire students to achieve their full potential. Because good news come in threes, congratulations to Carmen Ramos, lead counselor at Jordan High School, who was selected to participate in the Latinx Ed Leadership Program. The Latinx Ed Fellowship is a statewide network providing leadership development to Latinx leaders seeking to advance education equity and opportunity in North Carolina. Our educators are doing amazing things, and we applaud them for their exceptional work that they do on a daily basis for our DPS students. While our students are away enjoying camps, traveling with family, and other summer adventures, we are busy preparing to welcome them back for the upcoming school year. From deep cleaning to outdoor beautification projects, necessary work is being done now to ensure that our schools and facilities are ready to begin the new academic year. The 2024-25 school year brings exciting change to our district with the implementation of Growing Together for our elementary schools. DPS's commitment to equity, diversity, access to academic programs, and our purposeful response to Durham's growth have been noted by our media partners and cited by a recent study as an exemplar for its intentional work in setting objectives that honor our community's values. We will continue to monitor progress, receive feedback, and report out on this important work. We look forward to welcoming our year-round students back on July 22nd and specialty high school students on August 8th. August 26th marks the start of the traditional calendar year and the opening of our newest school, Murray Massenburg Elementary, which is on track. This concludes my remarks this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So much happening. This is our last academic year meeting, but we know even before we meet again, the school will be starting as a full board. Before we meet again, school will be starting soon. So we're looking forward to welcoming our year-round students back. The next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of the agenda with one modification. I'd like to remove 2B and 2C.
Okay. So we'd like to, the motion is to amend the agenda and to approve the amended agenda together.
Second?
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is our board regular monthly meetings regular monthly meeting minutes for our May 23rd, 2024.
I'd like to move approval of the regular monthly minutes from May 23rd, 2024.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. For general public comment, I'm gonna give a quick review of the rules. First, please state your name, and if you're speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, our speakers are asked to present your comments within 3 minutes. I will have 3 minutes tonight. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with our speakers. The first speaker, we only have one public comment speaker tonight, and that will be Julia Borberly Brown.
Also enjoyed hearing everything that happened before. Wonderful celebrations. My name is Julia Borberly Brown, and I'm speaking on behalf of Durham for DSA, a nonprofit organized under the laws of North Carolina. On your agenda tonight, you have an item which includes a report on change orders relating to early site work at the proposed location of a new Durham School of the Arts. This item is packaged with other items on your agenda. At your May 23rd meeting, the consent agenda included an item relating to this change order to the new DSA site. Because the allocated few minutes will not allow time to provide proof of my statements, I am also providing the statement in writing with documentation for the public record. Please take notice that expending any more monies on the new DSA site and signing additional contracts before September will be ahead of receiving this required special use permit, and contrary to North Carolina General Statute 11C-521 small c and DPS Board Policy 9020. Following the statute is not optional, it is required, and the process could take months. Durham for DSA is informed and therefore believes DPS is not in compliance with state law 11C-521C on building the new DSA. DPS is not conforming to its own policies, 9020, which paraphrases the state law and also indicates other things that DPS is supposed to do but has not done. The new DSA does not have its special use permit approval. DPS did not make the cutoff for the July meeting of the Board of Adjustment, and the earliest the DSA new site could be approved would be August 27th. Durham for DSA believes there is no reason to rush and questionable legality in doing so. Moving forward with the already designed elementary schools while reconsidering DSA seems to be the best thing to do investment-wise, since it is these issues of compliance with state statutes and the special use permit that now call into question the ability to open a new DSA on the planned schedule. I want to state again that the community option posed by Durham for DSA can accommodate the same level of enrollment expansion as the new school, allows at least 2 elementary schools to proceed that would otherwise have their funding swept away, and will result in all classrooms and especially ECE classes in modern spaces, mostly new, newly renovated, or recently renovated. We're seeking a pause on any further action to execute contracts and expend monies until the statutory requirements are met and the special use permit is obtained, and all the documentation that illustrates the statute, and there's one for each of you and for others.
Yeah, if you can leave them on the counter, we'll make sure we pass them around. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Julia. All right. The next item on our agenda, we have our consent item. Excuse me, our consent items that have been amended. So we have items A, D, E, F, and G.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second?
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda, we have academic services with early college naming update.
Good evening again, board members, Superintendent Moore, colleagues, and Durham community. I have a very brief presentation this evening that will accompany our remarks. But I am pleased to stand before you this evening in partnership with the DPS Office of Magnet and CTE programs to present administration's recommendation for the name for DPS's new early college, which will welcome its first cohort of students in August of 2025. This item is before you for action this evening. Next slide, please. Thank you. As you know, Middle College at Durham Tech will expand into an early college focused on high-demand careers and health science pathways, as the district was the recipient of a $29.5 million Bloomberg Philanthropies grant in collaboration with Duke University Health System and Durham Technical Community College. Pursuant to Policy 9300, during the June 13th Board of Education work session, administration brought forth a slate of potential names for the new early college. You will see those names that were presented on the screens before you. Next slide, please. Following the June 13th board work session, DPS launched a survey to collect feedback from stakeholders regarding the slate of the proposed names for the early college. The survey was shared via DPS social media, the DPS website, and text messaging to stakeholders. From June 14th to June 24th, we received over 1,300 responses from our DPS community. Over the past 2 days, we have reviewed the surveys and feedback, and tonight's recommendation is supported by hundreds of votes from our DPS stakeholders. It is only fitting that our Senior Executive Director for Magnet and CTE programs, Dr. Julie Peck, make the big reveal this evening for our recommendation.
In this envelope, I have the name of the recommendation, and it is Durham Early College of Health Sciences. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Cooper.
Again, this item is before you for action this evening, and we open the floor for any questions that you may have.
Thank you all for the presentation. I like the envelope reveal. Very nice touch, Dr. Pack. Board members, any questions, comments? Ms. Byer?
I love it. Thank y'all for working on this so much. If I was going to ask anything, it was just your notion of whether it needed Durham in the name. And when I looked at a list of most state early colleges, the locality was named. So I figured if we go to competitions and things, that was important. Is that the thinking behind that? Is that sort of kind of grounding it?
We certainly want to be connected to Durham Public Schools and the Durham community, as this initiative is rooted in ensuring that pathways to those careers is directly aligned with the Duke University Health System and Durham Tech, as this is a program that in collaboration with those very esteemed institutions. Additionally, a lot of the feedback that we received from our community said they want people to associate this school with Durham. So we wanted to make sure that that was noted.
Whenever, that's what I was gonna do.
Well, I have a question. Was this name the one that was chosen most by the engagement? Could y'all just illuminate a little bit?
It
why
was,
this name?
this is the name that most resonated with our stakeholders in the voting process. We had nearly 400 votes for this particular name. Again, we had 1,345 respondents, which is extremely encouraging, especially during summer months. That means our community is excited about this program, and a lot of the comments that we received as well, people reaching out saying, how do I sign up today? So we are very excited. Our community is excited, and we look forward to the work ahead of us to make sure that we get this program up and running and make sure that our families know about this option that is available to them.
Thank you all so much.
So is it too early? Will they still be Mavericks? Did we get that far, or is that to come?
That is to come with this vote this evening, because we will have an official name for the school. We can begin the very important branding and marketing work that is associated with this. And obviously, we want to make sure that we are including the necessary folks around the table to make sure that we have that fully vetted and we get all the good voice and participation in that. Additionally, with Showcase of Schools coming up very soon, sooner than we think, we want to make sure that this school is ready to showcase them to the community.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the community and the recommendation of administration to name Durham Early College of Health Science.
Second?
Did we get it right? Durham Early College of
Durham
Health
Early College of Health Sciences.
Sciences. Okay. It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Ms. Byer. Any other discussions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is an update from the DPS BOE LGBTQIA Task Force.
While we're transitioning, Dr. Pack, thank you for your service. You will be missed. And congratulations.
Board members, apologies. Dr. Kelvin Bullock was originally scheduled to present this item, but he must have been detained this evening. And so I believe I am being pressed into service. Glad that I've been attending the meetings. Would share, board members, this report is intended to provide you with an update on the work that this group has been doing throughout the year. Next slide. So the Durham Public Schools Board of Education LGBTQIA Task Force was put in place to focus on strengthening and further developing the school district's LGBTQIA plus and gender supports policy, which was adopted on December 8th, 2022 and revised on January 12th, 2023, and actually, I believe, revised again in December of 2023 after the passage of Senate Bill 49. It is the policy of the board to maintain a safe, supportive school environment for LGBTQIA individuals, meaning lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, asexual, and other individuals with non-heterosexual, non-binary, and gender non-conforming identities. Next slide. Some of the topics and responsibilities of the task force were to identify available resources and suggest strategies and tactics for curriculum, recommend opportunities and prioritize topics for professional development and staff training, and share logistical considerations and experiences regarding subjects such as family, student health, school relationships, bathroom use, accessibility, and other policy implementation topics. In the meetings that I've been able to attend since I've been here, that has been the majority of the work that this group has done. There have been really high-level, deep, and meaningful conversations about each and every one of these kinds of topics. I think it's really important to note that there is always a wide variety of members of the community that join us for those sessions, ranging from, again, in the time that I've been here, meetings that were primarily attended by adult members of the community, to include also meetings that included high school students, certainly several teachers, many parents, and many I shouldn't say regular, but interested community members who just came out because they were interested in this topic and the issues that we were covering as a part of this work. So some of the topics and responsibilities continued. Task Force was intended to be a learning organization, and I think it's safe to say that that has certainly been the case, and that folks have provided each other with wisdom, sharing experiences, and exchanging information with district leaders. The task force has engaged in team building to promote intersectionality, awareness, and inclusion, provided feedback on information shared by the administration regarding opportunities and restraints in implementing aspects of the LGBTQIA and gender supports policy. I think it's important to note here, we have really, and I have really gained great insight as we work to implement Senate Bill 49 from this group. And I think there was appropriate sort of give and take, if you will, with this group as we thought about how we might implement that policy and maintain our alignment with the law while also maintaining and operating within the context of Durham's values. And so this group has been really important for us as we did that work, and continues to support us by providing information that different members of that group come across in their daily lives as it relates to how Senate Bill 49 has impacted students and community members from around Durham. Also had the opportunity to hear and respond to updates on the impact of state and federal legislation, regulations, court rulings upon Durham Public Schools. Next slide. This year, the task force has participated in activities to promote team building, reviewed and provide feedback on the DPS, LGBTQIA, and gender supports policy, completed LGBTQIA and gender supports policy SWOT analysis, and I believe all of those items are linked in this presentation for your review. Reviewed LGBTQIA student resources from LA Unified and Long Beach Unified, transgender and gender non-conforming student guides. And the purpose of that review is to provide us with context as we begin to look at developing our own resources for students in the LGBTQIA community. Of course, we have discussed the impact of Senate Bill 49 on the implementation of the Durham Public Schools policy, developed and reviewed the LGBTQIA liaison description and profile. Board members, I'm excited to share that during the recent administrative retreat, we were able to share that description and the feedback we've had with our principals and advise them of the importance of both the policy and the importance of the timeliness of them naming LGBTQIA liaisons. And we provided them with a Google Doc so that they can begin naming those staff members at their discretion. And we've also reviewed Oakland Unified School District LGBTQIA programs page and the Irvine Unified School District LGBTQIA community page. At our last meeting, the group worked together to develop a few recommendations for moving forward. Those recommendations include fulfilling the original task force goal of revising the policy. And again, we have done that, particularly in relation to Senate Bill 49. Continuing to develop resources to support the implementation of the policy. My office is working on some additional implementation of the policy works, and particularly the development of an infographic that we believe will be appropriate and useful for our students once we are able to get it finalized. Identifying liaisons and creating ongoing training for liaisons, counselors, and social workers. The Office of Equity Affairs has been charged at this point with developing the outline of training for the LGBTQIA liaisons. We hope to have that training prepared and ready for review by various members of our community, and to be prepared to provide that training for liaisons as early as the pre-service days at the beginning of this school year, the coming school year. And finally, considering next steps for work of the task force. I believe Board Member Chavez advised us that the Board of Education has decided that it will revisit the work of the task force in August and provide us with next steps at that time in terms of how we will move forward with this work. At this time, I'd be glad to do my very best to answer any questions that board members might have relative to the work of the LGBTQIA task force.
Thank you, Dr. King. Thank you for stepping right on in there. Ms. Chavez, want to begin, and then I'll open the floor to other board members.
Thank you, Dr. King, for stepping in right now. And also, I just want to acknowledge your leadership stepping in while we were already wrestling with SB 49 and stepping right into that and helping us to navigate a way forward. I want to thank Dr. Kelvin Bullock for all his leadership on this and the trainings, this task force, just the being present and really having very focused, meaningful meetings throughout the year with our task force community. And I also want to thank Nicolo Roditi. Thank you so much for being that facilitator from the community and bringing some fresh perspectives to our work. And thank you so much to all the community members who participated in this, who showed up and gave of your time, shared your insights, your experiences, at times things that were vulnerable, and especially to our students who came. So wanted to say all that. I don't have a lot more to add, and I don't think I have questions. I'm very glad to hear about the work moving forward with the liaisons, with the principals. I think that's great. My hope is that every school has a liaison in place at the start of the school year, so we can have that support for our students right away as they begin the new school year. I also just want to say that this work, as I've been thinking about it lately, sometimes it feels like a little bit apart from our strategic plan, because we don't have a strategic plan goal that is specifically about this, about LGBTQIA work. We have some strategies related to our LGBTQIA work, I think, in our strategic plan. But one of the things that can be challenging with this is that we don't collect demographic data the way we do with other identifiers like race, gender, socioeconomic status, ELL status, etc. So there are times when it's hard to get that hard data about what impact this makes on our students. So I want to acknowledge that, but I also want to say that this is about improving student outcomes, and this is about helping our students stay connected to school so that they can learn, and they need that safe space in order to do that. So this really does come back to our work to improve academic outcomes and to support the whole child. So yeah, again, I just thank everyone. I do think the board will look at all that we have going on and see the best way forward. I do think SB 49 threw us a bit of a curveball this year, but I'm proud of the work that we have done to just strengthen, even in the face of that, really strengthen our support for LGBTQIA students and staff and families, and bring more awareness to these issues. Thank you.
I would add, we did make very clear to principals that it is actually our expectation that all schools will have a liaison named before school starts or immediately thereafter this year. So we anticipate that that will happen this year.
Thank you so much for that clarification.
Ms. Byer.
So I want to thank Ms. Chavez for her leadership in this space and the heart that she brought to that leadership, and also Dr. Bullock and Nicolo Roditi as well for their facilitation, which was expert. These were challenging conversations and places where, we passed policy, but it didn't also come with a magic wand or any resources to support the transformation and continued ongoing work to make every school equally inclusive and safe and supportive. And that's our charge, right? So we've gotten a handful of emails asking us to support these recommendations. I know that this board is unanimous in their support for these recommendations of the task force, and also appreciative of every person that shared in that space. I just also dream of what more we can do, and some of the questions I have is how we can build a more robust website presence that would, share which schools have QSAs and GSAs, who might be those liaisons, or how folks can access those liaisons. And then the families asked for, if there is a challenge that has not been able to be solved at the school level, kind of who is that district level contact for concerns that sometimes get complicated and need special sensitivity. So if we can kind of think through kind of how to do that. I hope that we can continue to think about our gendered practices in schools and classrooms, and continuing PD for our staff, our school buses, and how we still sometimes seat by gender, our classrooms, sometimes where we pull students apart, the way we talk kings and queens sometimes, and how we have actual space that we create that it is inclusive in every way. And I know that our teachers and our academic staff will continue to help us wrestle through those things in the coming months and years. And we look forward to sharing best practices at principals meetings, so that schools that have great initiatives to going at their schools can share those with their colleagues. But I'm so appreciative of the work that folks have put in and the voices that they've brought. Thank you.
I'd just like to respond to a couple of those items. One of the things that I do want to share is that probably one of the most robust conversations that we've had in the group is trying to find that space, the right balance in terms of how much we publicize about what clubs exist in schools and who the liaisons are, with trying to maintain the appropriate level of confidentiality so that those folks don't face inappropriate kind of retributive actions from folks who might seek to engage in that kind of behavior. So I just would want to share that has been a conversation a couple of times in the context of the group. And I don't think we've really landed on the answer to that yet, but it has been something that we've tossed around a couple of times, and I think that the group will probably one of the things that we continue to talk about is kind of where that safe space is. As to the issue of who to reach out to if things aren't resolved around issues, a couple of things that I would want to note there. One of the things that we have tried to make sure to express to our principals yesterday is the importance of recognizing that Policy 1735 is in fact policy. It is not choice-based, right? That they carry responsibility as it relates to responding to issues that emerge relative to these kinds of issues. And I tried to share quite clearly with them that it was our expectation as a school district that when these issues arise, they would be resolved based on the policy. But as always, if a parent of a student in a school does not feel like an issue that they raise is resolved, the appropriate next step will be to reach out to the principal supervisor who works with that school. And if the issue is not resolved at that point, I would be the next step in that process. And we're certainly glad to respond to any parents who feel like they need to have issues addressed from that perspective.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter-Alton.
Thanks so much for all of this, Dr. King. The work sounds excellent. And just a couple additional things is I think that while it's a critical step to have a liaison at every school, and I think so important that we're doing that, and I'm grateful for the work towards that, and for that person to serve in a role where they're able to provide support and resources when needed and be like a key, point person. I think also we need to keep moving towards every staff member in that school being a safe, supportive person for all students, regardless of race, ethnicity, ability, sexual orientation, or gender. So I think both and. So as we're doing trainings, that we, we might start with those that maybe at the principal level or those liaison level, that we continue to expand those trainings, like counselors and social workers, as you mentioned in the slides, or as were mentioned in the slides, but also to all of the staff serving all of our kids in our schools for this. Thank you.
Carter-Alton. I have a few comments. Just thank you all, to you, Dr. King, and your team, and all the folks who've been working on this. I think it's been really powerful for people to have a place to ask questions, share feedback, and then also know that some things there are recommendations that the board is excited to take from the work that they've done together over the year. I agree, Ms. Carter-Alton. I had a note wanting to make sure that that the liaison is working with admin to build capacity at the school level, and it doesn't become the liaison is the only person that can have any conversation around LGBTQIA at the school level. That feels really important to me. And then I think also, we've talked a lot about this at our school sites, but I also wonder for our other work sites that may not have students coming in and out, is there also opportunities to make sure there's affinity groups and point persons as well? That are members of the LGBTQIA community. So we want to make sure our students have supports that they need, but our staff also feel like this is a community where they can thrive. I also look forward to the one-pager that you all reviewed a couple of other places. I think it really does take our policy and make it simple and easy to digest. I could see it being up in so many offices, so I can just easily reference it. And parents can also easily reference that. I think it's going to be really important for them to know what their options are. Maybe it's a link on our website or in that kind of student handbook or materials that people get, so all parents know what the policy is and how to access it and who the right people are. But thank you all again.
Certainly. I would just note that the policy is quite extensive. And so the process of creating a one-pager has been quite challenging. But we haven't given up on it, and we have been working on that actually with Dr. Giovanni and her team, and so we hope to have that prepared and ready to go quite soon.
It's a couple pages, I think, so it might be hard to get in the one-page format, but I appreciate the work y'all are doing to move it there.
Couple of pages, about 10-point font in effect.
Might need to be a really big poster, one pager. Just any other comments or questions, board members? All right, this is an update for information, so we look forward to hearing more about the next steps in upcoming meetings. Thank you, Dr. King. I think you also might have the next item around discipline practice review and revision update.
I think so. Thank you very much, board members. I'm excited tonight to share with you some of our thinking around this as an issue. Board members, several meetings ago, you expressed to the administration your desire to have us revisit our discipline policies and practices with a particular emphasis on a couple of areas. Particularly, you asked us to think about how we might put in place a process to review and revisit and revise our existing discipline policies. You also asked us to think about how we might deepen our implementation of restorative practices, our implementation and fidelity to restorative practices in all of our schools, and how we might reduce suspensions generally and significantly in grades pre-K through 3, with frankly an emphasis on preparing to possibly eliminate the practice of suspensions of students in grades pre-K through 3. And so following that directive, I pulled together our team of principal supervisors and began a process of discussing how we might move forward around that issue. And to that end, that group, in collaboration with myself and also in collaboration with our Department of Student Support Services, have put together what we believe is a pretty good start to a plan for how we might move forward in that direction. I want to be clear that what we've done is put together a plan that identifies a series of strategies that we believe taken together will move us close to the end that you have identified for us. Specifically, we have identified, and actually let me have you move 2 slides forward. We have broken those slides into 2 different categories, those strategies into 2 different categories. The first set of the first category is strategies that we can implement immediately with existing resources, things that we can do beginning tomorrow, right? And I'd like to spend a few minutes and share some of those with you. So there are 4 of those specific strategies. I'll go through them first all together, and then I'll share each strategy and the action steps that we will be taking to implement those strategies. First, every Durham Public Schools will set a school-specific goal to reduce overall suspension in line with Strategic Plan Goal 2B, which addresses suspensions for specific categories of students that will be integrated into the school improvement plan. It's a little bit different than what we've done before. This will be a specific plan, a specific goal for each school based on where that school is now and where we want that school to move to in the near future. We will be also reviewing and updating the tiered support model to offer customized support and learning opportunities. The tiered support model is a structure that has been created by our Department of Student Support Services. It tiers our schools based on where that school is, based on a number of different factors, all of which are related to student support pieces, including issues like the teacher working conditions surveys, whether or not that school is increasing or decreasing the number of suspensions that it has imposed over the last few years. There are about 8 indicators. And schools are tiered based on where they fall out on those indicators. Based on where schools fall out on those indicators, that then drives the level of supports that the Department of Student Support Services provide to those schools. And those supports include some that are required, depending on where schools lay out, as well as some supports that schools can choose to engage in. And I'll be glad to share that with you all at a later date. But we are working with the Department of Student Support Services to revise that process so that it will provide us additional opportunity to provide customized support and learning opportunities for our schools. We also want to verify the coding, reporting, timeliness, and descriptions of reported infractions in Educator's Handbook, Power School, and make sure that they align with DPS and DPI guidelines. To make that make sense, we want to make sure, very often we find that when teachers possibly write up an infraction, that infraction might be coded differently than it maybe should be coded. Basically, a teacher writes up a disciplinary report and describes behavior, and then someone in the school has to code that disciplinary referral. We want to make sure that coding is done correctly. That coding then is verified again at the district level before we report that data to the state. So this strategy is about making sure that all of that coding is done correctly. And I hope that by the time I'm done, it'll make sense why we want to make sure that coding is done correctly. And then we want to develop standardized district-wide procedures and guidelines for short-term suspensions. So next slide, please. So in terms of the school-specific goal to reduce overall suspensions, the proposed action steps for that are to assess school improvement plans for inclusion of goals. Of course, we want to check to make sure everybody completes that task. Then we intend to allocate time during each principal meeting monthly to analyze monthly school suspension data. We know that we collect suspension data over the last few years. Years ago, the district was in the habit of reviewing that data, analyzing that data collectively. That hadn't happened in the last couple of years, and so we want to return to that process. The principal supervisors and myself have committed to setting aside time in each principal's meeting to address that, to share that data and make sure there's time spent analyzing what is going on in each school as it relates to suspensions. We also want to incorporate updates on suspension data in quarterly data meetings. We are returning to a practice of quarterly data meetings next year. So that means that quarterly we will be speaking with principals about the activities going on in their schools. During that process, we will be looking at any trends that are emerging as it relates to suspensions in that school. We'll report on and speak with principals and talk with principals about what those trends are, why they believe those trends exist, and what actions they are taking to arrest any trends that are moving in the wrong direction based on what our goals are as it relates to that. We also want to conduct training on the shared cultural framework indicators rubric for cultural frameworks and SEL curriculums. We have asked all of our schools to pick a cultural framework and an SEL curriculum. We want to make sure that all of our schools have done that to fidelity and make sure that they are receiving the appropriate amount of training around that. And most importantly, we want to make sure that folks are attending all of those trainings that are being provided for our staff members. And then we want to execute implementation of each school's collected cultural framework and SEL curriculum with continual monitoring for fidelity. So rather than just saying that a school is doing that work, we want to make sure we are engaging in a process to make sure that the tenets of those programs are being followed actively in each school on a daily basis. The responsible party for that work will be school leadership teams. That work will be done mostly by the teams at the school, principals and assistant principals and student support folk in our schools. And then that work will be monitored by the school improvement teams at the schools, as well as the district leadership team. And the district leadership team means myself and the principal supervisors. Next slide. Review and update the tiered support model to offer customized support and learning opportunities. So the proposed action steps there are to revise school tiers in the tiered support model based on 2023, 2024 data outcomes. We do have those tiers for this year. We will be revising those tiers. We anticipate that tiering will be complete by July 30th. That will allow us to go ahead and put the schools in the appropriate tiers and then begin to arrange personalized professional development for our schools based on where schools fall out in terms of their placement in the tiered model. We then want to plan and conduct school culture and climate learning walks in each school based on the school's placement on those tiered support model. So depending on where a school falls on that model, that will determine how often we do school culture and climate learning walks. Those are activities where we have a team of staff members who are well-trained around these issues, go into schools and look to make sure that those schools are implementing their school cultural framework and using SEL, their SEL programs as they have been designed. Those schools that are doing very well in that regard will receive fewer of those school culture and climate learning walks, but every school will receive at least one each year, and probably most school will receive at least two. The responsible staff for this, again, is the school leadership teams, principals and administrators at the schools, and this work will also be monitored by school improvement teams and the district leadership team. Next slide, please. Verify the coding and reporting timeliness and descriptions of reported infractions in Educator Handbook, Power School, and align with DPS and DPI guidelines. So there is a position in our district, and that person's responsibility in the past has been to make sure that this coding was done correctly. We have had some turnover in that position over the last few years, and in speaking with principal supervisors, we are not sure that that position and some of that work has not kind of fallen by the wayside since we've had kind of that turnover. We're not sure about what training that particular staff member has had and whether or not just one of those positions, frankly, is enough to do that work. So we plan to clarify those duties and make sure that the person in that position is well prepared to do the work that that calls for. We also plan to create standard operating procedures for reporting and reviewing discipline issues across the district. This is a particularly important issue, and I'll speak to that a little bit later. And then we want to deliver annual training to building administrators on the Educator's Handbook. Educator's Handbook is the program that we use to enter discipline infractions and track data as it relates to infractions that students have engaged in, and we also use it to track administrator responses to student infractions. So the reason we want to talk about creating standard operating procedures for reporting and reviewing discipline issues is that one of the things that we did during the leadership retreat last week was we shared with our principals as one of the first steps in getting feedback around our discipline policies. We shared with principals all of our discipline policies. We also shared with them our discipline behavior matrices and asked them to do a SWOT analysis of those. And I will share copies of that with each one of you for your review. But in doing that, we learned some interesting things. And one of probably the most interesting thing that we learned was that while there was the assumption that all of our administrators were well versed in those documents and were using them to drive their responses to behavioral infractions by students, we learned that a number of our administrators had not had access to that document. Many of our younger administrators were not using it, did not know that it existed. And so it becomes clear to us that it's really important for us to have some standard operating procedures and make sure that our administrators have access to those documents and that they are aware that it is our expectation that they would be using them to drive responses and dictate their responses to student behavior. And so that was a really interesting learning for us. And I do want to give credit to our new assistant superintendent for high schools, Dr. William Logan, who suggested that activity because he had a sense that that might be the case. And his suspicion proved absolutely true. And so that's something that we know we need to work towards immediately and have already begun that work. Finally, we want to develop standardized district-wide procedures and guidelines for short-term suspensions. And this is where we think the leather will really kind of meet the road, if you will. First action step is make principal supervisor consultation mandatory for all suspensions of pre-K through 3 students beginning immediately next school year. We will also create a protocol for those principal supervisor consultations. That means there will be a series of questions that principals will have to respond to before they will be allowed to impose suspensions for students in grades pre-K through 3 in each instance. Those questions will include, what was the infraction? What kinds of additional responses have you provided for this student? Has the parents been engaged? Those kinds of basic questions. We'll want to ask those questions, and we actually intend to track that data, the responses to that, and then we will use that data to help us drive the development of professional development to support both students and administrators in terms of the work that we need them to do going forward. I also would like to set guidelines that mandate the use of restorative consequences before opting for out-of-school suspensions for all offenses except those mandated by law and/or policy. And by those, that would be those limited to those that generally involve the use or possession of weapons, right? And so for virtually every other infraction, we will want to make it clear that it is our expectation as a district that our school level administrators will seek restorative responses before resorting to out-of-school suspension. We also want to promptly review and clarify the existing discipline matrix. As I said, we started that process this week with, I think, really important results. Mandate re-entry meetings with counselors or restorative practices coordinators for suspended students. So in other words, we want to make sure that there is a conversation with students about the infraction that they engaged in instances where they are suspended from school. We want to make sure there is a process for welcoming those students back to school, making sure those students have had the opportunity to do some deep thinking about the behavior that was involved, and hopefully that will help us begin to move forward in terms of helping students revise and adjust behavior. And then develop a protocol for conducting post-suspension reentry meetings. Obviously, we don't want those conversations to be kind of willy-nilly. We want them to be intentional and purposeful, and we want to make sure that they are consistent across the district. And then finally, require the use of the restorative practices questions protocol during all administrative disciplinary discussions. I'm not sure if you all have ever seen that, but it's a series of 4 or 5 questions that in restorative settings, folks tend to ask students to think about the behavior, think about who was impacted behavior, what were they doing, what were they thinking at that time, who their behavior harmed, and how they would operate differently if given another chance to think about that behavior. So the responsible staff there will be school leadership teams again, and that work will also be monitored by school improvement teams and the district leadership team. Next slide. The next 2 strategies, and there are only 2 of them at this time, are strategies that will require additional resources, including but not limited to funding, professional development, and specialized staffing. Those 2 strategies are to ensure that every school has the necessary student support staffing, including but not limited to assistant principals, counselors, restorative practices coordinators, and social workers to provide support to students and offer appropriate alternatives to suspension, and utilize data gathered from educators' handbook entries and the principal supervisor suspension protocol to identify needed specialized training for all school personnel. Next slide. In terms of ensuring that every school has the necessary student support staffing, included but not limited to assistant principals, counselors, restorative practice coordinators, this is the piece that we've mentioned to you a couple of times. Unfortunately, due to the end of ESSER funding, frankly, and due to some changes we have had to make in terms of our staffing protocols and allotments, many of our schools have lost access to a number of positions that I would characterize as folks who work on the affective side of our work. And it's really critical for us as we begin to move towards an expectation that we limit and even eliminate suspensions, that we place our schools in a position to be able to respond to student behavior appropriately and have within their bailiwick some alternatives to suspension. And so we want to identify the minimum staffing requirements for those student support systems by communicating with our principals and administrators about what they feel like they need. Then we will want to review and update our district position allotment formulas to meet those minimum staffing requirements. For instance, we have schools going into next year that might have traditionally or in the last few years had 2 assistant principals. They might now have 1.5, might have had 2 counselors. They might now only have 1. They may have had a full-time school school social worker. They now may be sharing a school support worker. So we want to look at and make sure we're clear about what the appropriate minimums need to be for all of those positions that support students, and then make the necessary adjustments to make sure that our staffing allocations provide our schools with those minimums. That will obviously require some effort on the part of the board, and likely even the development of a budget proposal, because we will need to identify additional dollars to reestablish those positions that, again, were lost largely as a result of both the end of ESSER funding and adjustments to our allotment formulas that we're doing this year in order to get our financial house in order. So that's going to be a particularly important piece. And that we're going to begin that work immediately. I can tell you that based on some of the changes that we've made already, principals are certainly already speaking to us about what they believe those minimum needs are, and certainly asking for us to provide them with additional support. We are working as hard as we can to find ways to do that, but unfortunately, at this moment, we are a bit limited in our ability to respond to that. And then finally, we want to utilize the data gathered from the educator's handbook entries and the principal supervisor suspension protocols to identify needed specialized training for all school support personnel. And there we will certainly need to identify funding to provide that training. And we'll also want to be able to have funding and identify potential service providers who can provide us with access to the kind of training that we may need to provide in instances where the school district doesn't currently have the capacity to provide that training at this time. And so that will be a growth point for us. And hopefully you understand there why these are items that will require additional funding and additional. Board members, at this time, I'd be glad to answer any questions, hear any responses to what we have shared, and receive any guidance in terms of what you would like to see us do moving forward. I would again share this is the beginning of our work. We think it is really critical that this work begin with and be grounded around the work of our principals, as they are the folks who are the most connected to this work. We want to make sure they are engaged in this process, so that there is a sense that they have been engaged and involved in this work, and rather than it being something that has been done to them going forward. And again, want to be really responsive to their concerns, particularly relative to the loss of staffing that they are having to deal with going forward. Be glad to hear your questions at this time.
Thank you, Dr. King. It was a robust presentation with lots of action steps. I appreciate how quickly y'all have put a lot of the things that the board has requested into action, starting at leadership retreat this week. Board members, any questions, comments? Ms. Chavez.
Thank you so much for this. This is really great work. I appreciate your leadership, the Dr. Logan, principal supervisors, and all the principals and their collaboration. Thank you so much. So a few questions. Can you share a little bit more? I think maybe I missed one of your examples about the 8 key indicators that determine the tier in the tiered support model.
Yeah, you're gonna make me try to name those 8.
Okay, some
key
examples,
indicators.
but just to
So-
give us a better idea.
Yeah, so some of those indicators would be, again, suspension trends, like whether or not that school is reducing suspensions currently, or suspensions are increasing, whether or not that school has implemented, based on our expectations, a social emotional learning curriculum. whether or not that school has implemented its identified and selected cultural framework. That also includes a review of the school's teacher working condition survey and a number of additional items. I can share a copy of that with the board. I did not bring that with me this evening.
Thank you. That's helpful though. I would love to see a copy of it and, that's also, really helpful. Let's see. I appreciate your work to return to a practice of quarterly data meetings. I think keeping eyes on this data will be really important, and so I'm excited to hear about that happening. And also the continual monitoring for fidelity around the implementation of the SEL and cultural frameworks. I think that it's one thing to implement something, it's another thing to have checkpoints and make sure it's continuing to be effective in the ways that we need it to be. Another question is around the minimum staffing requirements. Are those, at first I thought you were referring to some predetermined staffing requirements, but are you talking about a requirement that is being developed in concert with the principals right now?
Yes,
Okay.
I think that's a local determination based on what we are looking to do. Again, if we are going to move towards the elimination of out-of-school suspension, we're going to need to have specific options that principals can turn to respond to behavior. And we're going to likely have to develop those options, right? And so that will likely require some specialized staffing and training. And so that's what we're speaking.
And if I could just breathe out loud into like a specific example there, which you've actually heard me say before, it's shown up on a slide before. The restorative practices coordinators were funded for secondary schools, but not for elementary schools. And that is one of the areas where some schools chose to use some ESSER funds to create that position, or they may have done it with some sort of a conversion or something along those lines, both of which are not available for the beginning of the next school year. And not every school chose to do that. And then other schools may have had a full-time social worker, or they may have, I ran across something called the student success coach somewhere that, was like I couldn't tell, it was like a cross between a counselor and a parole officer or something along those lines. It was really about keeping kids in class and in school. And so, so as principals come together and start talking about all these different things that they used or did when there were funds available, they now have an opportunity to work together to determine what could a baseline look like for their schools and what are the resources that are required to achieve it, whether it is moving current resources in different ways or creating new resources, and the training and so forth. And having principals be a part of that discussion and developing that protocol is critical to the success of the work moving forward. I think it is, and I'll give you another example would be, asking principals and schools to use their data to now set goals within their school improvement plan. School improvement plan is something that an entire faculty and staff take a look at. And so by putting some of this work there, you're guaranteeing that everybody is seeing it and that they are invested and engaged, and you have a leadership team already at the school working on this. And when you understand the research that goes along with being present and in the classroom as being one of the strongest predictors for academic success. And obviously that can't happen when a student is not in the classroom because they're out on OSS or disciplinary consequence. You can see the connection to academic gains for students, which is the work of a school improvement team, and how the discipline works into that as well. So I think there's a lot in here that we're asking schools to do, and I would say to you that I think it is the right work.
Thank you for sharing a little bit more about that. And our drive toward consistency across the district. I have a few more comments. Feel free to, they're just kind of ideas. So you can respond as you deem appropriate. One is I'm wondering, as we move toward eliminating suspension, out of school suspension for K through 3, if we will need to create more or different spaces for those students who need that specialized support. There are severe behaviors, problematic behaviors in some of our younger students. And like you said just now, and also in our last conversation, creating those robust sort of structures to respond to those will be critical. So I'm interested to see if space-wise, something will need to be done to really keep those students in school, but you know, to keep them from also impacting negatively other students while they have the sort of restorative process happening. And then I'm also interested in how we deal with ongoing misbehavior, like bullying behaviors, or even for some of our older students, like dating abuse and that kind of thing. Something we don't necessarily talk about a lot, but some of these behaviors are repetitive, and so I'll just be interested to see how we, with a deepening kind of restorative lens, how we respond to that. Now, I know our principals are responding to bullying now, but just if there are more systematic ways, and then also if what will come out of this is more consistent thresholds for when students are referred for mental health support, depending on what behaviors our educators are seeing. So thank you.
Ms. Rogers?
I don't have any questions today, but I want to thank y'all for doing this work, and make sure you take back to the principals that we are really grateful for their flexibility and their understanding of and being forward thinking about the work that we would like to see happening in Durham Public Schools around student suspension. I really appreciate the way these slides were presented, addressing adult behaviors separate from our students that are being suspended, because it is up to us to change our behaviors so that we can see change in our students' behaviors. I look forward to seeing that some of the indicators that this is working. And I hope that my colleagues are equally excited about hearing from administration and principals and counselors and restorative practice coordinators about when there needs to be a shift if this is not working, and how we can support that work as a board. So, but thank you so much for being flexible, bringing this back to us so quickly, and being responsive.
And I just want to thank you for that comment. I can tell you that when we shared this notion in the room, quite a hush fell over it. This is a lot to ask for principals. Unfortunately, because of the way we are often trained, sometimes exclusionary responses to inappropriate behavior are almost second nature to us. And so it is quite a lot to ask of principals to move away from that practice. And so I appreciate your recognition that that's a big deal for them, and your recognition that they are making an effort to do this. That's really important. Thank you.
Ms. Carter-Alton?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is great work. And my first question was, what do school leaders think about these plans? So it sounds like you have you've answered a bit of that, but do you want to say anything else about any initial reactions that you've received, given that this is adding a lot to their plates? And
So let me just say that what we shared with them initially were those three broad expectations. Wanted to share this plan with this board before sharing this specific plan with principals. So that will be a next step. I can say that, again, like I said, it's quite an ask. Nobody jumped up and ran out of the room. But I did see some eyes widen a little bit and had some really good conversations with principals over hot dogs and cookies during lunches after having these conversations. So I think our principals recognize and understand. One of the statements that I made to principals is that the thing that we all know is that as administrators, unequivocally and without question, is that suspension is an ineffective response to student behavior. Nobody debates that. But it's like what one of my professors used to say when I was in a PhD program. He said, we all know that hierarchy is terrible. We just haven't ever found a better way to run organizations. And so I think that's the same case with suspensions. We know it does not work, but in most instances, we just haven't done the work to find better ways to respond. But I'm excited to say that I think our principals are on board with this work. They respect the fact that that the board is serious about this as a direction. And like I said, none of them jumped up and ran out of the room. We didn't receive any resignations today, so I think they're on board so far.
That all sounds great, and thanks for your willingness to have those difficult conversations, and to them for willingness to engage in this work. I'm curious to know if there's a way that we can put, or what you might already have in mind as far as a feedback mechanism for school leaders to be able to share how things are going, and then to expand that also to school staff, since those classroom teachers are probably going to be some of the most impacted by what we're doing, and then families, like how is everybody, so what are you thinking about that type of, how we're going to learn and grow from that feedback we're receiving?
So I think that's something that we can work with our research and accountability staff around. I know that, the data meeting will be a mechanism where we can receive that feedback directly from principals, and certainly they'll convey some of what their teachers are telling them. But if we want to do that a little bit more formally, we'll probably have to do some thinking about that, and we certainly will do that.
That sounds great. And then I just have a couple more questions. One is, I look forward to hearing more about how this is going as things progress.
Sure.
From your perspective, with what frequency should the board expect to receive updates on the work, but also any metrics that you all determine are predictive of our ultimate metric of reducing the suspensions?
So I think as a district leadership team, we are open to hearing from the board what kind of cadence you would like, and we will certainly make every effort to respond and provide that information to you on that cadence. I would imagine maybe something quarterly. Hopefully something that we share discipline data monthly with principals, but it is not verified at that point. So I would imagine doing something quarterly might be appropriate, because that would allow us to have some trend data rather than kind of just, 1 month at a time. So that would be what feels like it makes sense to me, but we'd certainly be open to hearing what the board would like.
That's helpful to hear, and goes nicely into my last question for you, which is there additional guidance that you want or need from the board at this time to allow you to move forward with the work that you're doing?
Just anything you would share. We're open for suggestions.
I would say that I think whether you have something now or you think about this and it's a processing issue, if there are places where there is a gap or an additional thought that comes to you, please share that so that we can incorporate it into our work moving forward. I think that one of the things that's really important here is to find that sweet spot between where the board is aligned that will eventually impact policy, and how those folks that are on the ground, classroom teachers and principals and school system staff, understand what the will of the board is and how then we can work together to achieve those goals on behalf of students. And so engaging all of those stakeholders is just really important. I would say that there's a piece that maybe hasn't been mentioned, which is how we might want to talk to students about how they are impacted by these changes and what they look like. So that may be something else that we can sort of throw on there because, I mean, they're the customer, right? So to speak here, and the greatest impacted, so.
Ms. Fire.
So I so much appreciate this report and the details in response to our shared goals along with administration to be a more just and inclusive district. I guess I want our principal leaders to hear that what we're asking is, what would you need in order to do this? Not that the board is going to to force this quickly and while it is our shared vision, we need to know what would it need to make, to have the resources in place to support these students in the ways that we want to support them. And so I look forward to kind of their feedback, their voice, sharing that with us.
There is one area where I think some feedback from the board would be very helpful, and that is, we're in talking about revisions to the discipline policy. In perfect worlds, those revisions are proposed in the spring and are ready for implementation for the next school year. However, you can make changes to discipline policies mid-year if you need to. You just, in either way, whenever you do it, you got to have a cadence around, when it is that you want it. So do you have a sense as a board of when you want to see revisions to policy itself? That's reasonable? Sorry.
That caveat.
I thought I'd add that real quick.
Not tomorrow. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Moore. I think colleagues, I'd like to give this 6 months or so to get started and see some feedback. I'd like to hear recommendations before we get to the superintendent's budget in case there are some staffing needs of administration in regards to a policy revision. And so that gives them some time to collect the data around their needs and perhaps set up a mechanism to hear from students. And we can inform our budget about that request. So, but I'm open to whatever it is that y'all want.
When you say 6 months, Ms. Rogers, you think in December or you think in January, like a end of semester, January?
Whatever fits best with the superintendent's budget requests. I wouldn't want to lock us in right now.
What, I mean, staff could be doing dually, working on them dually.
Yeah, it could be December.
I'm going to say by November, December, you would want to have policy changes that would impact potentially resources. And one of the things you have to be careful about too is, I mean, do you put something in policy that's not resourced, right? So I'm thinking out loud now, so that's dangerous. Yeah, so I think, and you want a few months to kind of see how the pieces that we're putting in place here work too. So I now have no answer for you. So,
Yeah. I've got thoughts, but I'm gonna go to
Just build on that. It sounds like you're talking about two things here, though. One is the budget allocation, which goes back to the allotments and the principals sharing what their need is. So if that could be done by the time the budget comes around, but then the policy could still be looked at March, April timeframe, given into the spring to what you want to start and put in place for next year.
Ms. Chavez.
I was thinking October to December. So
Can you share a little bit what October meaning and what do you mean December?
what I'm going to elaborate. Don't worry. I was thinking perhaps we have a draft of a policy by October, and finalize something by December. I think absolutely talking to students would be great. And also I like the idea of quarterly data. I think we could, um, uh, we could work on this, in any way that makes sense, but I think, I and other board members have ideas about how to shape the policy. And I am glad we're getting this input from principals and, so that this can truly be a collaborative process. But that would be my thinking. I would love to have something by the end of the year in place.
So, I'm sorry. So you would like policy to change in December? Is that how, did I hear that right?
Yes.
Without resources?
Well, we don't know that we don't have resources, and also what they're working on is building out those structures, so that there can be alternatives to suspension, for instance, for out of school suspension for K through 3. But I think we need to look at that question around resources. And we need to also think about what our vision is. And yeah, we need to have conversations about all of those things.
No, I think that's aspirational and I appreciate your aspiration. I think as part of any policy revision, I would hope that our draft would actually go back to principals for their feedback, like that would be worked into any step, as well as actually robustly looking at what systems that we need to set up. And we're getting to some budget and operational updates that I think an allotment manual kind of changes that I think Dr. King has alluded to those changes, but I think our schools are going to feel those losses really profoundly this year. And so I want us to be gentle and thoughtful and visionary at the same time in all the ways. So I like you setting that aspirational timeline, but also hoping to have the flexibility if we hear differently from our school leaders.
Well, and I think there'll be a settling period as well, where folks will feel like things are going to be particularly difficult early on, and they'll find, some answers to some of those questions, which might impact what we need to do in the long term. That might make, going a little longer than October, make a bit of sense. Because, I would anticipate that August and September will be pretty challenging months without some of those staff members, but educators will find ways to make adjustments in that period. And so we'll want to give them some time to make those adjustments, and then, think through that process, rather than having kind of a snap judgment, if that makes sense at all. And I do want to just back up to your comment, Ms. Beyer, about the importance of hearing from principals. That is the way that I tried to frame this to them. I shared with them what the board's expectation was, but made clear that I thought the work for principals and administrators was about informing this board as the decision makers about what they need in order to be able to achieve what you are asking them to achieve. And I think principals receive that well.
Ms. Lewis, did you have any more comments on timeline? Oh, okay. I'll just add my thoughts on timeline. I think from my experience, anytime you implement an initiative around reducing, sometimes you see, especially with us removing staff, you might see some increase before you see the decrease. And so I'm curious to know what that first semester kind of looks like if we see something kind of up and go back down. I'm gonna talk a lot and then hopefully I circle it back all together. So I'm interested in seeing that trend data, and the lovely calendar law puts the end of the semester in January, which feels like a good clean end of the year. But I think there's probably already recommendations I'm sure that principals have around staffing. and what's maybe not going to be there next year and they want to see next year. So I'm wondering if you can start even working on those recommendations around what people would like to see staffing wise. Because if that's going to go in a superintendent's budget in January and the board needs to adopt that budget and we need to be asking our county commissioners for it, that request needs to support whatever policy recommendations we might make for those principles. So just cycled it all the way through. So if I'm thinking about, and I'm wondering if some of this can be working in parallel with each other, that we are looking at the data, there's a report out and, excuse me, first semester while we're reviewing the data, we're also thinking about recommendations for staffing for the budget. And then I think the board will need to be making some decisions. We do policy revisions to start in December or January. Are we comfortable putting in these new policy revisions? Not sure about where our staffing might be in the fall based on what we're learning, right? I think we could, looking at my colleagues' faces, they're still pondering, but I'm wondering if we have these things going at the same time, it gives us a decision point in January or in December maybe, but we would need to, I'm curious about the idea of passing policy and not knowing if we have the right supports in place yet. So that's where I'm struggling with that, the right timeline. Anyway, that's my ramblings. So I didn't hear, Ms. Lewis, you no more comments on timeline, right? Timeline, okay. But I do want to we all said something a little different, so we do need to get some clarity on this point. Did you have something else, Ms. Rogers? Oh, yes.
All right. Hearing a number of things around timelines, not necessarily alignment, but lots of ideas, not lack of alignment either, just lots of ideas, right? And so I think what I may want to propose is rather than trying to hash that out right now, maybe that be something that we bring to you at the first August work session, a proposal for a timeline around this work that acknowledges both the streams of resources and potential budget asks or reallocation of existing resources, as well as policy changes, which there may be some intersectionality in some places, but there may be an ability to run them separate as well. So, and we could bring you a proposal on that. Unless somebody else would like to take the lead and land on something.
I appreciate that proposal. I was going to keep trying to move us towards somewhere, but that proposal helps. Is that Ms. Cardolphin?
In response, that sounds great. Thank you. I wanted to clarify what I'm hearing is needed from us too, which is to let you all know what cadence we want for the data reporting. So if we're relying on the data to be making decisions, then we need to kind of get together, think about that, and let you know what data we'd like to see and at what time points, and propose that, be ready to propose that to you to reflect on and let us know if it's possible. Is that right?
I believe so. Dr. King has mentioned perhaps quarterly, since that is the cadence that we're using with our schools as well. And perhaps there is for economy, quite frankly, of the work and consistency in the work and messaging, perhaps a version of what we're giving to and working with principals is the version that the board gets as well at a higher level.
I was going to ask if we get that data quarterly, I think if that is okay with you, it looks like the board getting that quarterly. When is first quarter end, Dr. King? So timeline wise, I'm sorry, I'm asking
End
that
of
question
October.
on the spot, yeah.
End of October.
So we're looking at early November, probably getting that data, and then second quarter.
February, because it ends in January. Yep. 37 years of useless calendar law in my head.
Law, gotta love it. Ms. Rogers, and then Ms. Byer.
I just want to comment on the cadence. I want to give y'all, colleagues, would y'all be open to giving administration an opportunity to digest the data and share out how they're pivoting, if they need to pivot, before they gave us the updates quarterly? So we'd still get them 4 times a year, and it'd be more like a board presentation. Not early November, but late November. Not early February, but in the board monthly meeting so that they can say, okay, they cannot just get the data and disaggregate it, but they can also garner a response from principals about what they want to change. So we aren't sort of flying by the seat of our pants and making recommendations on a shift. They're saying these are the trends we're seeing and this is the shift we're making. That's a question. Would you be open to it?
I mean, I think I'm open to personally giving administration the time they need to bring us not just the data, but what they're learned from the data and what they're doing differently. So that is completely okay with me. I think I want to note the quarterly just so we are also clear around when quarterly looks like for the district, which is might be a little differently than our kind of year quarterly. Caddy, and then I'll go to Ms. Byer.
I was just gonna say, I think we can establish quarterly, and then when quarterly begins, we can have some flexibility on with taking a look at how that data comes in and what we're seeing. So, end of the quarter is around the end of October. It might be a 1st December or a 2nd November, I guess, depending on how you guys have been. I won't be here for a November meeting, so I don't know if you do 1 or 2 meetings in that month, but so it's kind of what Board Member Rogers is saying. We don't have to establish which meeting it is, but to say quarterly.
Ms. Byer.
So I'm just questioning, like, this is important, key. And I'm wondering if you all have or need more direction from us on how narrow or broad this work is. I've heard it from colleagues in different ways as like really focused on this pre-K to 3, non-out of school suspension piece. And then I've heard it more broadly to restorative practice improvements. And then I've heard it, because we dream of everything, right? And then I've heard it more broadly to revising the entire discipline policy. Along with everything else we're doing and, focusing on chronic absenteeism and everything. Like, what, do you need more clarity from us? Would that be helpful on how narrow or broad this work is? Yeah.
So that certainly will never hurt. As I think about this, I see all these pieces working together. I think as we work to further implement restorative practices with fidelity, that will impact out-of-school suspension. And I think when we first started this conversation, we talked about the fact in terms of the policy revision that, this board had made some financial commitments around restorative practices, but the policy itself does not reflect those expectations. So I think that, and I'm not sure I believe I'm saying this, I think we probably do have to do all those 3 things together because they all work together. We need to revise the policy to reflect the importance of restorative practices if we're expecting principals to use restorative practices. And I think that will then drive suspension reduction. So I think they all work together.
Yeah, I agree. I also want to turn it over to staff and y'all and give you the time that it'll need to actually show system changes that are really hard to demonstrate with data. So I, at least personally, as one board member, would be happy with this coming twice a year, maybe mid-year, and then once you have the end of year data. I think if we see it too often, we might knee jerk and try to change things when y'all are actually, I can't imagine you smiling a little bit at knowing us that well, Dr. King, but yeah, this stuff takes time and it's deep systems work. That is one facet of really complicated stuff we're asking school leaders and educators to lead. So I think twice a year is plenty, but I am a small voice.
Ms. Lewis? Well, let's let's wrap this timeline conversation. So it sounds like I think your question around policy also is one that needs clarification too, to your point, Ms. Byer. Are we talking about revising policy to include restorative practices? That feels like we can do that sooner. If we're talking about revising policy to eliminate suspensions, that's a different conversation. And so I'm wondering if there needs to be, I don't know if we need to if we need to provide more direction to you all, or if we need to give you some time to kind of chunk out how this work might look over the next 6 months and year, and then bring back to us, this is the policy revision we need so that restorative practices can continue, and then we might come back with something else. But yeah.
Well, I don't think I would be particularly comfortable with revising policy to eliminate suspension until we've done a lot more back-end work. But the restorative practices piece, I mean, I think that could be done, I agree, it could be done pretty quickly. But I'm not sure there's a whole lot of value in doing it piecemeal. Maybe we've shared the expectation. I think that's clear. I think we can work through that process over the course of the year.
I'll just say, I think it also depends on if the restorative practices language and work is practices or policy. So, because their language can be placed in policy around the expectations that different kinds of interventions, supports, and practices occur and are documented prior to issuing a suspension, right? And so that can be in policy. So I think that then leads to the question of multiple revisions to policy as the work goes along versus bringing them all at one time after several months of work in different areas, some of which would move faster than others.
The board, would we
Thanks.
be?
No.
Okay, would we be, I think we established we definitely want some quarterly data reports. But I think the question around policy revisions feels like one that we might need some guidance from you all on what might need to happen sooner rather than later. I think it sounds like I'm here, and I'm looking to you all for some consensus. I'm also hearing the board is interested in policy shifts, wanting to decrease suspensions, and want to know what it needs to happen in the budget for 24, 25. Am I getting that right? 24, 25. For
526.
25, 26 year, what might need to come in the superintendent's budget based on what we learned from this year. So as far as next steps are concerned, could you all bring us back some in August a proposal for a timeline for the work of HEAD, including policy recommendations, the quarterly data reports, like when policy recommendations might come, quarterly data reports.
Can I ask for that to be September?
Yes.
We won't see principals before August. Again,
Yes.
collectively.
Looking colleagues, Ms. Rogers, September. All right. Any other, I have some other comments on this. Ms. Lewis, I know you also have other comments on this item that are not related to the timeline. Do you want to go ahead? No, you go.
Y'all are doing some serious work here. All this planning for next year where I'm not gonna be, so let you do your work. I done forgot the presentation. Let's see. Thank you for just a robust presentation on what the goals are, the actions that you all have in place, and how that's gonna look and who's responsible for what. That's really some good strategic planning. You heard these concerns throughout this year, but we really centered it in August at our board retreat. So you've been doing these observations. I appreciate that. I appreciate you digging deeper to see what, doing the research to see what the it is that has these suspensions being unresolved and not getting the results that we're looking for. I appreciate Dr. Logan's suspicion regarding coding and the educator handbook, that training that has to take place, right? And also, I do also appreciate the way you put in the mandated reentry meetings and put restorative practice as a part of that activity and action as well. So I just want to highlight those things. I think, again, how good is the work? How good are the tools if you're not using them? If you're not using the right tools, and that's what you went in to find out. And I definitely appreciate that. I think this board does too. When talking about identifying minimum staffing requirements and considering a budget proposal to secure funding for those additional staff members, I like that you're looking ahead, forecasting. There's going to be a shortage. We need to do some, sometimes it's time studies, the project planning. Sometimes people will get comfortable, just say we want what we had before, thinking that this is it, but again, not really having thought behind it to the time. So it takes time to think about these things and be strategic to put the numbers and formula together so you can get a good request of what is really needed in the schools. Some cultures and climates are different per school, so there's going to be different needs and allocations and needs of the students there too. So I just will hope that you all are given that planning time for that principal leadership team. When I was listening to the presentation, it does feel like a baseline year of action, with the next steps being to secure the resources. One thing you didn't mention, you said that, you're looking at collaborating with service providers to offer assistance as well as one of the actions. You didn't mention a specific provider or a specific resource that we have co-located mental health services. We've been talking about their services, and there are lots of different steps to the kids getting services with insurance, with parents' approval. But then there's still sometimes a gap between the services and the connection to the school getting the information. So I hope that you can add, if you're working with these other providers, way to measure metrics of their, I'm sure it's supportive to the student in general. That's what we want, but we want to make sure there's that connection happening with the schools as well. So just thinking about those in your planning. Previously, in meetings, you mentioned doing more evaluation of our programs. This feels like an evaluation piece. As you're talking about that, creating goals, setting metrics, objectives, and activities, I'm wondering, the position you had talked about before, doing the metrics that you're bringing here, will they have a role in this data gathering?
yeah.
I know you said there's a position that was supposed to be doing it, but not sure where that is right now.
Oddly enough, I would say this is actually one of the programs that we've done a pretty decent job of having a sense of where we are, because the program that's been laid out is pretty detailed. I think the challenge has been figuring out how to make sure that everybody engages with everything that is available to them. So we offer a pretty robust amount of training around restorative practices, social emotional supports. One of the challenges has been kind of making sure that there is a really strong sense of its importance and making sure folks do the work that needs to be done to engage with that work. So, I think we're pretty set in terms of the program that we're offering. I just think we need to do a better job of making sure, kind of what you said, that schools are connecting to it, schools are responding and engaging with all that is being offered. And I do want to clarify that when I talked about reaching out to service providers, I'm suggesting that there may be training that we need to offer to our schools that we don't necessarily have the wherewithal to offer in-house.
Gotcha.
And so those would be the kind of service providers that I'm speaking of.
Okay.
Not necessarily mental health providers. I'm talking about specific training that staff members may need. And just for the record, from my perspective, that would be training that we would access initially from the outside, but always look to develop that capacity within the organization so that we don't have to access that training from the outside perpetually, if it makes sense.
No, that does make sense. And again, focusing on the adults doing the work is what you were talking about with the practices. Thank you for that. And also keep it at top of mind. I think quarterly updates is not necessarily the data is going to be knee-jerk reaction to let's shift and do something different, but it keeps it top of mind and know that you're still putting these practices into place and having the discussions month to month. I think that gives some security from what I'm hearing. And then last thing I'll say is, I just appreciate that that you're coming to a place, these practices in place. There's policy, there's practice. We have policy. We know we need to update our policy. But there's also that, let's do it now policy. Let's get it. That's not going to be helpful if we don't have the practices. So I thank you for taking time to take that back and be reflective of what is about the practices that need to change that can help to inform the policy. And change of behavior does sometimes take time. And I think those quarterly updates will give reassurance to the board that the policy is coming. So just thank you for that. And the fine tuning that you're doing. And the last thing I'll say, we need to keep telling our story. That presentation you gave was really good. And I know that people continue to say, what are we doing for our students and discipline? How are we disciplined? And what do we think about what's happening? I just wish that you could take that on the road. The community needs to hear. I mean, they could replay this. They're not going to do it, but I'll put it out there and share this timestamp at this meeting. This was said that this is what's happening. But that really does bring it to life that we're doing work to help manage behavior, social emotional learning of our students, and this is how the adults are getting support in that. So thank you for this presentation.
And I just want to, lift up and name that one of the things that we know is that, there is a continuum, right? We have some schools that are doing a bang up job of this work already. There are some schools that have a long way to go. And so I know that sometimes when we come up and make a presentation, we necessarily speak collectively about the work. But I think it's important for folks to understand that, when you're talking about a school district and you're talking about 55 different schools, there's always a continuum. There's some schools in our district that I would characterize are models for restorative practices and appropriate, disciplinary action around student behavior. And like I said, there's some other folks who have a good deal of work to do. And so I just want to make sure that folks understand that is the reality, and that will always be the reality, but we'll always be working to get all of our schools at a place of appropriate and effective practice.
Thank you for your commitment and expertise. Appreciate that.
I have a couple additional comments. Thank you, Dr. King, for the detailed presentation. It really is helpful to understand what's happening. To your point, Ms. Lewis, there's a quote that's like, culture eats policy for breakfast, right? Like, we can have all the policy, but if we don't actually change our culture and our practices, you might not see the shifts that you want to make. And then I also hope that we can also create the systems that outlive the people. I think we've had a lot of transition in our staff, and you mentioned that, role moved and we don't know kind of what happened there. And I really think we need to create systems that whoever is in the role, we know that that person is responsible for that piece, or multiple people are responsible. And I also think, all new principals to DPS should probably have some type of DPS onboarding where we're looking at those discipline matrices, even going back to our LGBTQIA policy. Durham has a way that we do work in our Durham public school system. How do we make sure the folks who are responsible for implementing those policies and those matrices have all the information that they need? I also would like to see in the restorative conversations and in suspension conversations that we're looking at students' academic data. I think there's a question of, is the student challenged enough? Do they need additional remediation or other academic supports? And so I want us to be including that in these conversations. To me, reducing out-of-school suspension is all about increasing students' time in the classroom. So I think having those conversations together, we often don't do that. It's always about the behavior, but I need to understand why in this math class every day are we having this conversation? Do you need additional support in math class to make sure you're able to engage in this work? I would like to see, and this might actually come up in a later presentation, just a list of where we are as we're going to start the 24-25 year. So what schools will have like the number of counts. Let me back up. I would like to get an updated list for the 24-25 school year of how many counselors, social workers, restorative practice coordinators are going to be at each school. We know that schools will have, many schools are gonna have at least one of those roles, but just getting a sense of where we are as we've offboard the ESSER funding and look at our allotments. And then the last comment I have, so much of what I had written down has already been said. I think we also want to make sure we talked about engaging students, we talked about engaging staff, but families also need to be aware of the shifts we're trying to make. I've had many of conversations with families who were like, why are you doing that though? But this child did this to my child, and so they need to go. And I understand where that response comes from. We want to create safer in school environments, but I think how do we include families in this conversation? Because it really is about keeping our young people engaged in learning. That's the goal that we want to do. So I think having that conversation with those family members, and setting the expectation of this year, we want to make sure kids stay engaged in class. We're going to be shifting some practices to do that. I also think would be really helpful. Those are my comments, list of items.
And I just share one thing, I think very often when we have this conversation, that the issue of safety comes up, and, I would want to assure the community that we are not talking about not imposing suspensions on kids that go out and hurt other kids purposefully and intentionally. The kinds of suspensions that I think we're looking to address are those that are for things that are subjective, like, disrespect and disobedience and those kinds of things. Those are the areas that we are looking to look at as low hanging fruit. But I don't think we will ever be in a place where we create a scenario where students who engage in dangerous behavior are welcome to remain at school and not have their behavior addressed.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? All right, so we look forward to having a plan back in September with some additional information. I will pass it. Where am I going? I'm gonna pass it to Dr. Giovanni next.
Good evening. Good evening, board members. Don't anticipate this taking too long. Just as a refresher, this is policy 2302, remote participation in board meetings. Typically, we would have brought it back on consent, but there was quite a bit of wordsmithing and editing that the board had requested. So I have included that in the précis, and also it's redlined in the actual policy. If it's the board's pleasure, I can read the précis, but otherwise I'm happy to entertain any questions or a motion to adopt the revision.
Chavez?
Thank you for working on this, and I'd like to make a motion to accept, to approve the policy 2302, remote participation in board meetings.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Ms. Spire. We have had a first reading of this, so this would be our second reading. So this will make the vote tonight will make this policy. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, use the same sign. Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is a board update on the opening of the 2024-2025 school year.
Good evening again. Go ahead and go to the desired outcome slide. So tonight, we're going to receive information, board members will receive information about preparations for the opening of 24-25. And the focus tonight is on fiscal changes and updates, including the following: school-based teacher and professional allotments, school-based clerical support allotments. I think we call them MOEs here. Is that right? Upcoming budget training for DPS staff, initial work on system manuals and processes, and the status of the DPS budget for 24-25. that is the focus of this evening. And before I get started, I will say, I've spoken with several staff and board members already about this likely leading to a part two that focuses on some of the other areas that are critical for the opening of the school year, perhaps around vacancies, some of these staffing ratios that we talked about earlier, so that there's gonna have to be another piece coming to this. We'd already had that discussion. I've already talked to some staff about being ready for some of that. So I think that'll be timely as well. Next slide, please. Starting with school-based allotments, part of the conversation and highlighting this information today is really making sure that we're bringing presence and sort of coalescing with the board, our community, our schools, administrators and stakeholders, some of the changes that are coming in. And they are coming as a result of wanting to make sure that we are in a sound fiscal position as we close out the school year and move into the next school year. And some of that impact has come in the way of what we do with our school-based allotments. So the first bullet, eliminating the flexibility of school-based staff that is beyond formulas for 24-25. This really is about ensuring that we remain within the budget for positions that are established, the amount of funds that are set aside for positions established in the budget, and that we are not creating processes to go beyond that. In particular, with the ESSER funds going away, we want to make sure that we are not creating additional positions, put a strain on our local budget resources, because that's where it's going to put the strain. And that includes classroom teachers and assistant principals. We've already done some of that work in terms of making sure that we are not exceeding the funds that we have in the budget for next year. We do want to make sure that we are including a process for review and reconciliation. We know that our students don't come to us in 4th and 5th grade in nice, neat little packages of 22 and a half, because that's our formula in 4th and 5th grade. So we know that sometimes one child, especially in elementary now with K-3 class size, puts you in the position of needing to look for funding for a whole nother teacher. So that's another reason that we need to be really tight on the front end with regards to how we are allocating our positions, because we know that some of those circumstances will arise. And so we are working with planning, assignment, and our other partners to determine a process for what that review and reconciliation will look like, so that when another position is needed, there is a process that is followed and we can identify and ensure that it is within that funding that is available. That was a really good conversation that we had a week or two ago, Dr. King, and all that team that was a part of that. We have also eliminated the flexibility for conversions for 24-25. And I have to tell you, you have really great principals. It took them a really long time to come knocking on my door to ask about this. But they did finally come knocking on my door, sometimes in groups. So I want to acknowledge that there has been some flexibility provided in the past to create different positions than what you've been provided in order to meet specific needs or priorities in a school. This is a very helpful tool. However, in some cases, in many cases, the conversions that were being allowed put a stress on our local resources, because we weren't able to use our state resources in terms of maximizing them. And so we needed to hit a pause here, because we really need to understand our base budget, where our funds are, before we start making commitments for additional local needs. And this is where you find, for example, in elementary schools, where they may have taken a teacher position and converted it to have an RPC coordinator. Perfectly defensible sort of need, something that a school might really want to have, but one that as we move forward, we need to look at more carefully and not create. We were also creating unlevel playing fields across the district in terms of which schools chose to do what. And so I think that when we find that there is great need for a resource, coming together and saying, let's ask for that resource, so that it doesn't come at the expense of another resource that's supposed to be used for a different purpose. And part of that includes, quite frankly, working with principals in the next year to determine what that looks like. We, I'll talk more about that in just a little bit, but looking at where our allotment formulas, for example, is 22.5 the right number for fourth and fifth grade? I'll get back to that in just a minute. The next item really is around tightening hiring and payroll. I've talked about this as well. For teachers with emergency licenses, permit to teach, EPP programs, we need to make sure that our folks have an active, valid license if we are paying them on the teacher scale and providing them with a local teacher supplement. And we've done a lot of work to work on that at the end of this school year to prepare teachers for next year who perhaps have an expired license or will have an expired license, to make sure that they understand what their options are with continued employment for DPS. I mentioned earlier, this tight alignment to positions supported by existing budget. We do, if you have 145 positions in your budget, we're not giving you number 146 unless we know that there's budget and funds available to do that. And again, that is why we have to really be tight on our allotments to begin with, because we know that circumstances will come up where somebody needs 146, number 146. And this impact to schools and continued and review for analysis is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. So do we need to have position requests? RPC coordinators for elementary might be something that you see in an upcoming budget request in the next season. Or you may see revisions to the assistant principal formulas based on some of the changes that we've made this year that might require some additional funds in order to implement a change in a formula there. I mentioned earlier the keep using the formula because I just think it's amazing that we have a 22.5 formula instead of a full number. So not only do we need to change what that formula is, this is what I can tell you, is that 22.5 is below the state formula. So the state formula, I believe, is 26. So if a DPS formula is 22.5, then the difference between 26 and 22.5 is locally funded, right? Because we are not receiving state resources for that difference. And it is clear to me that sometime in the last few years, there was a community-wide effort focused on reducing class size. And I believe that's where the changes in the formulas came from. Reduced class size is an important factor with regards to how you might want to focus on student achievement. And I believe in DPS in particular, that focus had to do with supporting the needs of students, particularly in schools that were identified as low performing or identified as continually low performing, and how could lowering class size support students in those schools. I do think that you can, but in order to sort of test that hypothesis, I think you also need to look at your average class sizes across the district. And our average class sizes across the district from K through 6th grade are below 20. That's pretty low. That's pretty low. So you clearly have local resources that are going into that. And we want to say, yes, that's where we want to stay. And then we need to use other resources or ask for other resources to create this. But you also have some classes in the district where their class sizes are more around 24, 25, or 26 in 4th and 5th grade. They're using their resources differently. And again, I want to make sure that we are providing sort of a level, equitable playing field around expectations across the district. Is it okay for that school that has chosen to have class sizes of 25 or 26 or maybe 28 or even 30, because you don't have a class size limit in 4th, 5th grade? Is that okay in that school? Is it working? Are we putting it up against what's happening to student outcomes? And are the schools that have class sizes of 15 or 16 seeing results in their student outcomes? All of those things sort of drive whether or not we change formulas or ask for resources. I think that is work that your principals can do next year. And that then sets the ground for what you incorporate the next year, and then the intentionality behind restoring flexibilities based on how you have determined what happened the past year and what your funding sources actually look like. It is, and you know, I can't be anything but candid. The phrase that I use with principals is that I feel like I'm sort of asking them to go on a starvation diet for a year while we determine really what the food needs to look like for the following school year, what nourishment looks like for the following school year. I recognize that. And I recognize that it is a transition. I've also said that, you know, it's certainly possible that we'll be able to determine by September, October, whatever, you know, where we really are. And maybe, you know, your next superintendent will come in and lift some of these things because there's a better understanding. It's just hard to know when we'll have a clear understanding. It'll have to be after reconciliation, I think. It'll be after day 20 or day 40 of the beginning of the school year. But for now, this is how we are starting the school year. And I think it's just important to lift it up because our schools are feeling it. The next item is around school-based MOEs, and I think this is what we call them, MOEs. This is clerical support, your treasurer, school bookkeeper, your data manager, clerical support, those kinds of folks. So we've made some changes there as well. We reviewed the overall number of MOEs that we had available across the district and all grade levels. One of the areas that I thought really needed some review and revision for the beginning of the next school year, you know, one of the things that I got several emails about when I was here early on was schools, the baseline for elementary schools for MOEs was 24, which is enough to fund a 12-month bookkeeper / treasurer and a 12-month data manager. And our smallest schools had no allocation for basically a receptionist for the school. And so the question that I asked was, what would it take within existing resources to establish a baseline for elementaries that is now 34 that includes a 10-month position for a front office receptionist in addition to the bookkeeper and the data manager? Those two positions are required, but the receptionist is not. So we ran the numbers and we looked at where different schools had different allotments. And what it did was we revised that baseline and we revised it so that our elementary schools could have 34 MOEs and they would have that additional support, because where schools were getting it that didn't have the 24 was through conversions and other things that are no longer available to them. The cost to this was that it did impact some high school allotments, because you have some high schools, obviously, with larger students, had more MOEs that were being allotted. So we tried to create sort of a baseline for elementary, a baseline for middle, a baseline for high, and all, you know, as you go to middle if you go from elementary to middle to high, there are more MOEs. But I think this is also a place where you're going to have continued review and analysis over the next year to determine whether or not those formulas need to change, and that would require additional months that might replace some of what was lost at the high school or the middle school. There was equal opportunity or equal offensiveness going on here in terms of people gaining and losing at all of the levels. So, but I think that's another place where you'll hear something. A couple of items on budget training updates. I'm working with the North Carolina Association of School Business Officers. These are the folks that do all school business finance things in the state of North Carolina. And we are finalizing a 2 to 3 day baseline training for all school-based bookkeepers / treasurers. This will be 2 days of training that is provided by NC ASBO. And the third day will be sort of a collaboration between NC ASBO staff and DPS staff to look at DPS specific pieces around budget manager training. The first couple of days through NC ASBO are things like, what are the laws? What are the ethics? What are the requirements? Those kinds of pieces. And then the third day would be specific to what are the systems we use in DPS that we apply towards our bookkeeping practices and how we implement the law in DPS. What do our forms look like? What do our processes look like for approval of expenditures and that sort of thing? And then we're also finalizing a 2-day baseline training for all school principals around budget manager and what their role is as the leader of the building. Now, I want to say, as we do this, that we are going to make this required training for the school-based treasurers and for the principals. We also know that there's a wide variety of expertise and background already with those folks. And so I will say that we may even have some folks that could teach these classes that are going to be asked to take these classes. And so I say that, I say to those unapologetically, I look forward to your valuable contributions as leaders in those groups. Because that's also what it takes, is we collaborate with each other. We learn best sometimes from each other. And so I really do look forward to those folks who do have strong backgrounds and strong experience already being leaders in those groups during those 2 to 3 day sessions, and thank them in advance for their cooperation. We expect that we will have this training in place and done by the end of August. And we are also looking at how we need to establish this as a part of onboarding so that everyone who is going to be a budget manager in a school and a principal, and eventually you're going to want all of your APs to take this training as well as a part of preparing to be a principal. So, but those are further out. A couple of words around systems and processes as we move forward. I have already done the work to begin to establish a contract to update our DPS finance manual. We do have a finance manual. We do need to update that finance manual. Revise, reinvigorate, reestablish some forms and processes that have already been in place. I really do think the pandemic did a number on all districts with regards to having to find new ways to do things because nobody was present in buildings. But I think we have to get back to practices that we had in place prior, and that, we've got new people. And so all of that, I think, is part of revising and updating our existing finance manual. And that is going to, and while I'm contracting with somebody outside of DPS to begin that work, it's going to be critical that they work with DPS staff in different positions to get that updated. I'm also establishing a contract to create that DPS allotment manual that we talked about earlier. This is one that we have some practices and guidelines around allotments, but we don't have a manual that really guides all of the work that any principal or any person can really go to look at to establish and see how we are allocating resources in schools. We also are doing some work to update and revise, and I'm using several terms here, and I don't even have all of them. Extra duty, what I call extended employment, which sometimes other people call extra duty. We have stipends, we have differentials, we have stuff that supplements. There you go. I knew I'd miss one. Thank you. That are all additional compensation of some sort for staff. So I think we need to clearly define what those are. And I believe that if something is considered compensation, the board has a role in voting on it and approving it. So that's another reason that it's important to define what is compensation and what is a task or something. Curriculum development might be a task that is there's some funds set aside in the academics area to pay for curriculum development. That's fine. And those are, contracts you do individually with teachers, but you need to have some standards around what the pay is and what the expectations are. And we call a lot of things extra duty that I think are extended employment, right? So rather than paying extra duty for a month in the summer for somebody to do something, why don't we create that MOE and have it be a part of how they allot their work rather than doing extra duty? And the other reason for that is our extra duty, if you read our extra duty forms, it says at the top, it needs to be approved ahead of time, and there's a timeline by which it needs to be submitted. We get a lot of extra duty in May after the work has already been done and after the timeline has gone by, because things get done at the end of the year. So we need to reestablish some expectations around how that work gets done. And we need to know if those expectations are getting in the way of the flow of how the work happens so that we can revise that. And so that's all part of this. And then we need to do continued training around the implementation and the deployment of Syllogist. The accounts payable and those pieces are already there. I think we've had a really rocky implementation. We're trying to come, so it's going to continue next year. But we have started eating that elephant and we need to keep going. However, what I will say is that the HR and payroll that we had hoped to have ready for this year, we will need to defer that to at least 25, 26. We need to get the pieces that we've got rolling in place well, and we need some more work on the development of the HR and the payroll. It's not ready. So we're looking for that for 25, 26. And the bright side of that is that we will have a much longer runway, is the term that I use, for a good implementation plan when HR and payroll is ready. Next item. So, I want to just highlight, or I want to close here on where we are sort of with our budget for next year and remind some folks of some timeline here. So I'm going to keep showing this money slide in particular now that I've got the green line at the bottom. The Durham County appropriation, and I really just lift it up again in terms of the determination and the commitment and the advocacy in this community for supporting Durham public school system. To have made a request of 27.7 plus and to have received right at 27.4. I do believe the district can figure out ways to make the adjustments that are necessary to fully fund what is here, and again, with the caveat of depending on what the legislature does in the second year of their biennial budget. So I think we're in a good place, again, depending on what the legislature does, to implement what we set out in the superintendent's proposed budget and then the board's final proposed budget. Late breaking news, I think I got an email earlier this evening that the Senate and House are looking to adjourn tomorrow. And so anything budget related would need to be voted on tomorrow. I think there's some caveats in there that they can return if they pass something that is vetoed and they need to come back to override a veto or something along those lines. But it looks like they may be trying to close up shop. So we may actually know something tomorrow. We'll see what they decide to do. So in terms of a budget timeline, the board's proposed budget that happened in May, the local appropriation for Durham County commissioners that happened in June. The General Assembly budget is still active. Their process is still active. We'll see, if they do actually close that up tomorrow and come to a decision. State and federal planning allotments are already in process. We're already hearing from DPI on some allotments that are being populated as they come forward. Federal planning allotments, some of those come in a little later. Some federal programs don't begin actually until October. It's like that. The Title I is an example. Their calendar runs till the end of September. So you always have to have carryover in Title I so that you can pay people in August, September, and until the October funds roll in. So, but those allotments are all in process. The board will be voting on its budget resolution, which is when you finalize in the fall where all the money's going to go. That is the normal cadence. It is usually sometime in the fall because it is dependent on when the state legislature completes its budget process, and then our finance staff have to get to work on making sure that we prepare everything in the final numbers before the board sees it for adoption. And it is in that final board budget resolution for 24-25 that once we have all the numbers, we do the work to finalize what happens with salaries, for example. And this is all related also to the fact that we are right now and in the throes of the 23-24 closeout. So we're closing out this school year, and it is a mad dash to make sure that we are maximizing our resources. And then as a part of that, there is an audit that happens after the 23-24 closeout that leads to the annual comprehensive financial report that the board usually receives around November or so of the next school year, which really kicks off the budget development process, because it is in that annual comprehensive financial report that you see the end of where you landed for 23-24. So it's like a full circle, right? And then I'll just say again, before I open it up for questions, as I finished this presentation that focused sort of on the financial piece of opening up for the next school year. And that is, the reason I'm bringing that today is because we are in a mad dash at the closeout, and we know that this has been an area of critical need and review, given where we've been in the last 6 months. So I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of where we are headed. I wanted to lift up what's happening in schools and the things that they're having to deal with as they get ready to open a new school year, as well as the opportunity as we review the impact of these changes that we're making to have a strong head start for how we go into the next school year and any changes in resources or needs that may need to occur as a result of what we see in the implementation and the opening of this school year. And then lastly, the knowledge that there are other pieces that are also important for the opening of the next school year that probably need to be the part 2 that comes to this at the first meeting in August. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent Moore, for that really comprehensive view of where we are. Looking to board members for questions. I'll start with Ms. Byer.
So I want to thank you for your leadership at this critical time. And I also, when we talked about some of these issues earlier, you had some thank yous to hand out. And I didn't know if, I feel like if we all had spark pins right now, we would give 7 of them to Ms. Ojijo, who has been leading heroic work on behalf of the students and educators and staff of this district. And so I just know that we all see you and appreciate so much that you are doing and leading on behalf of our community district. I think it would be helpful if we can say in plain language how we got so much in this county local budget and we are still having to do hard things as we start school. Because I think that's where I'm hearing disconnect from our community, who's like, we won, we got it all, ta-da. And so the reality is we're starting with a lot of these freezes in place that you implemented. We're starting with continuing to review because we're not in a healthy position and we're trying to get there. And so we're asking our principals and our teams to do really hard. So I just want us to continue to be clear about that as we can be, so that, yeah, I think you have.
And I can give some examples of some things. Some of them were embedded in the presentation, things like over allotments to schools that were done beyond what was available in formulas, and not having a strong process for ensuring that we are verifying funds available prior to doing that. I think that we also, and I say that it comes from a place of wanting to give schools what they need, right? Which is a fabulous orientation to have around our work. And I go back to something I think I said in one of the very first, maybe the first meeting where I actually spoke about this. We can do anything we want to do, any fabulous thing, as long as we have the money for it. And we need to verify that. So, the positions was one piece of it. The conversions that put a strain on the local budget are another. Some of the inconsistencies that are applied across schools and in terms of who's doing what and how they're making those decisions. We had a piece in our charter school budget appropriation that was unexpected, where the amount that the board had approved in their October continuing budget, in their budget in October, was actually insufficient for the amount that we were calculating we actually needed for the year. So we've been working on that in the last few months. So those are continuing needs that we will have next year, right? So, if we were short funds in something this year, we will be short again next year unless we make changes. So I think that's an important place to do that. And, we made the changes with the assistant principals because we were overextended there. We've made some changes with teachers who may not have an active license because we needed to make some changes there in terms of moving forward. And then we need to see that those changes are having the intended impact when we open the next school year and finalize after reconciliation the allotments that we're getting, the resource that we're getting from the state and where we sit. So, there were just places that we found that we were overextended or hadn't made the calculations exactly right. And I get how we got to all of them, but I think it just means that as we move forward, we need to make sure that we are in a sound financial position and that we are not overcommitted or overextended.
Another thing that I've gotten questions on, and I'm sure my colleagues have as well, is a lot of these clerical months of employment that we're changing. And this might be for Dr. Lassane, I'm not sure. People made, health insurance decisions and things for their summertime changing. Are people being impacted right now in ways that are going to cause some of the harms that we saw last fall? Like, when did we notify people that their job that they're currently in was changing?
And so we've had lots of discussion about months of employment, but we just decided the final numbers here recently. However, in preparation for allotments, like back when projected allotments were given, schools were preparing at that time, and many of the principals had conversations early with staff. Anytime we have transitions like this, we try to work one-on-one on situations like, say, for instance, a lot of schools, if they had a vacancy come open, they didn't go ahead and fill that to reduce having potential impact on someone. But I would say we have limited cases where individuals, like what you're talking about with the health benefits, but there are some of those situations that exist that we will have to work with the employees one-on-one.
I think just another piece to add to that is, because we remained pretty, I will say to you that with the MOEs, the clerical support MOEs, we actually had to, was it 34, 37? How many? 34 for overall. Oh, no, overall the additional. Wasn't it somewhere between 30, we had to make sure that our budget could hold 30 to 40 additional months of employment in order to implement that formula. So we don't have fewer positions, we have more positions by 3 or 4 than last year. And we verified that we could support that for the sake of establishing a baseline formula. So if there is someone who no longer has a position in a school, there should be a position somewhere else that they would be able to take a look at.
Okay, I just heard of someone, their position transitioning abruptly on them from a 12-month to an 8-month. And I was like, oh dear.
It'll be helpful for us to gain some understanding of that in particular, because that sounds like, number one, it would have been a school-based decision, and number two, may have been prior to this most recent change, and if not, if it's after we've made this recent change, we need to know who that is so that we can have a conversation with the principal about how they are implementing the autonomy that we give them to manage their resources in their building.
And that's helpful. I'll
And-
give you, yeah.
And I would add one piece to that. Some of this is related to the choices of employees also. So like, if there's another position somewhere else that is equal to the terms of employment they had before, and they elect to stay because that's all that school has, then we have to deal with those situations too. So there may be an option for them, but this is what I'm electing to do.
Ms. Chavez?
I really appreciate this work to standardize our allocation of resources. One basic question, can you just share the difference between extra duty and
extended employment?
So um, all right, extra duty in it for me, and I'll just say to you that this is just me talking. We need to define these terms, right? So what I'm getting ready to say may not be where we end up defining them, but a distinction for me is about something that is beyond your normal work hours and work sort of job description versus doing the same work, but for a longer period of time than you're contracted for. And this would be somebody who is hired for 10 months to do something and then does it in 11th month. For example, an assistant principal. If you have an assistant principal that's hired for 10 months or 11 months, but then you want them to be 12th month, that shouldn't be called extra duty. That's extended employment. It's the exact same job. It's just for another month. And so that to me is a difference, and that's a simple one. There are a lot more nuances with regards to how this is done. I'll give you another example. We have pre-K assessment teams that they are assessing students all summer long. These families are coming in all summer long. We have 3 or 4 teams. One team is a 12-month team. I think all the employees are 12 months. The other 2 or 3 teams are 10-month employees. So Exceptional Children's Services is requesting extra duty for those people to work in the summer doing the same work that they do all year long. It seems to me that it would make more sense to make those 12-month teams or 11-month teams or whatever's needed in order to handle the volume. And I think that would help. I think we do things like I can give you so many examples. We may have a high school that has like a drama department where they are paying the drama teacher extra duty for doing things like the fall play and the spring play and those kinds of things, because those are things that occur outside of the normal hours that require additional commitment. For me, that is an extra duty, but it should be not paid at $40 an hour in one school and $1,200 for the season in another school. It should be standardized. And so from that point of view, you want to create a schedule where you define the positions, define the roles, define the amounts, whether it's by level or activity or both. And it's on a scale. And it could be, you could do something around years of experience if you wanted to. So that every drama person at every high school is guaranteed X amount of additional salary that is extra duty for doing the work of the number of plays or other events that they're putting on in the school that require a tremendous amount of time. And so that it's not variable from one school to another. And because extra duty is salary, it should be a schedule, a chart that is approved by the board. And so it is the same no matter where you are. That is different than extended employment, and it is different than curriculum development pay or something else that might happen by the hour. So I could speak for 28 hours and run in circles around this. I just think that it's about establishing what that framework looks like. And we're actually talking to schools about what those positions are, what those needs are, what does that look like? Because I think it would provide, again, structure and continuity, but it does need to be responsive to what we're seeing in terms of the needs of our schools.
Superintendent Moore, we actually have a definition. Would you
Oh,
like for me to
please
share
do.
that?
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
great.
That's what I was trying.
Yep.
So this is our working definition, but we still may have nuances that we change. But extra duty is an additional duty that is distinct from a staff member's main responsibilities. Extended employment is when a 10 or 11-month staff member works additional months or additional employment from, we could make some arguments for some other things there, in a year in the same capacity. And so that kind of highlights the distinction, and we can add whatever additional nuances to that. Additionally, it is important to highlight that extended employment does not change the terms and conditions of the employment and is not guaranteed in future years. And so that's where we're working and going with those definitions to help clarify that for employees.
And is this part of the working group work or, yeah,
This is our draft work
Okay.
for the working group.
thank you.
Thank you. That is so helpful. I feel like I have a clear understanding now. And yes, I think this will be very helpful, and I'll be interested to see when it comes to the board what it looks like across schools. I think obviously it is important for fairness of the distribution of labor across our district, and fairness in pay for our workers. I'm also interested to hear what comes of our gathering data on the impacts of the class sizes and that work. So I just want to say that. And then, of course, I'm wondering overall, as we go into this more tight year, what will be the impacts on schools? Will some schools be affected more than others? What will it look like on the ground? And in this vein, are there places, and maybe principals and other school leaders are already thinking about this, but are there places where we can ramp up our community partnerships or increase our volunteers so we have additional supportive members of our community who are playing roles to support our students in various ways? So if we do have that sort of need for more community engagement, I hope we can just really create pathways to name that and say that, so we can get that engagement as early as possible. So thank you.
Any other comments, Ms. Cardall? I do have one. Thank you so much for this presentation. I think I asked, we need a state of where we are coming off of this past couple months. I think everything in here has been really helpful. I'm curious what has been communicated already directly to staff members. And I'll start with that question. Yeah.
So in terms of the changes that I've talked about, so
Yes.
obviously, the assistant principal work started a few months ago. That's been settled. The MOEs is more recent, so those are coming in now if there are questions from schools. You're going to stay within the allotments that you are provided, started February or March. As the allotment meetings began, they were aware that we were going to be sticking with formulas and that we would not have positions beyond the allotment formulas that they were provided. We did tell them when we started those meetings that things were still they weren't solidified yet, because we were looking at some things, and where that's mostly happened has been with the assistant principals and the clerical support at this point. But I will also say that we have made a couple of updates to enrollment projections since March or April that shifted some allotments. And I heard from some principals on that, and we had a meeting on that not too long ago, and basically said, stop. Principals can't finalize their hiring if we are changing enrollment projections and changing resources. So we you have to stop and say, this is where we're moving from, and then incorporate a process for review during the course of the summer, where if a principal sees that based on the enrollment numbers of the kids that are coming in and the impact of the changes with Growing Together, that their numbers are going up by 50 or 60, and they can show me on paper that, not me, but that folks on paper that they have the numbers verified with the families and the students, then we can create a process for requesting additional resources during the course of the summer as enrollment changes. But we need to put that responsibility and ability in the hands of the principals with clear communications and processes. We can't do it from here and change their hiring landscape on them. That we need to set the landscape and then create a process for them to come to us. But conversely, principals also need to keep an eye on what's happening with their enrollments on a daily basis, quite frankly, especially in elementary school with K-3 class size. Every single day, they need to be working with their data manager to see what their enrollments are looking like, because their enrollments may be 30 or 40 below what they thought it was going to be. And come September, reconciliation will happen. And if they are under enrolled and didn't earn all of their resources, or if they are over enrolled and they requested additional resources and they came in perfectly, or maybe they are over enrolled and didn't request additional resources and they might get some after the school year begins in order to make sure their class sizes are right. All of that will happen. And so a good principal is going to be taking care of looking at their enrollments on a regular basis and making sure that if they need to hold back a position maybe and not hire it because they don't have those students just yet and they don't see it, it's a fluid, incredibly exhausting almost task all summer long to do that work, because your candidate pool in May is different than your candidate pool in September. And so do I hire this position now, even though my numbers aren't quite there because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get it? Or do I hold that position open? Do I wait until September? But my candidate pool in September is not the same as my candidate pool in May. It is such a balancing act. And we really have to admire and respect the work that principals are doing all summer long to try to balance it. We just need to make sure we're helping them from our level with how we communicate to them and give them the tools they need to manage their resources well.
I would just share that we created a new document this year, and it allows principals to see those numbers in real time at any point. They can see how many students are actually enrolled. They can see how many are in progress. They can see how many are pending approval. And so they can see it in real time at any moment, at any time, all year. So that's been, I think, really helpful for them.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. A couple of questions about some of the other trainings that we're putting in place. Do you see these as a one-time? Do you see us every 3 years we're doing this, every year? Kind of what do you believe is the right cadence for that?
So I think that there is, I think it is a baseline for anybody who goes into a role first, so that is part of like onboarding for a role. I think after that, a yearly meeting with your bookkeepers at the beginning of the school year in August to talk about changes, updates, new forms, new processes, whatever that might be, is also in order. I think that, you know, for administrators, not necessarily, unless it's a big, huge implementation of some sort of program or something that changes, less so. I mean, that can normally be handled more through memos or in principal meetings with an update in a session along those lines. But I think for your school-based treasurers, bookkeepers, you're going to want to have an annual opportunity for them to get together, because I think there's turnover there as well. And I think just like with any other sort of affinity group, the greatest powerful learning that happens is when you work with each other. And so that opportunity should be provided to them as well.
Thank you. That's really helpful. This is a really great presentation, and I'm wondering, how do we move it out of our lovely boardroom? I'm sure we've got millions of folks streaming us tonight. But I think the community also wants to know, where are we? What are we doing? What has DPS made changes in based on what we've learned from this past year? So I'm wondering if there are any thoughts on that already, or if we want to think more, but I just think there's a lot of conversation, as Ms. Byers already brought up. You got this full county ask, but this, and families are gonna go back to school. Where's my favorite AP? Like, all of that is shifting and changing. So I'm wondering, how can we be really transparent about sharing what we're learning, what we're changing, with the community?
Sounds like maybe you're asking for a digestible version of all of this as a part of a maybe more robust board update to our community. Don't we normally do some sort of an update of our meetings to the community? Is that what you're saying, or are you talking about something distinct or separate from that?
I think something distinct and separate from that. I don't know exactly what it looks like, but I think it has to go to, it's an internal and an external message, right? There's a message for our families around this is what we've learned and this is what we're doing differently. But like the whole Durham community was influenced by this spring. And so I think it's important to let everyone know what shifts and changes that we're making based on what we've learned. And I think it's short, it's digestible, it's easily shareable, but it allows everyone. And I've talked to many people who are like, "Well, what are y'all doing now? What happened? What was the end of the story? What happens next?" And so I think, how do we get this part of the story out there? I think it's really important. It's a request.
Yeah. And I think we just need to maybe spend a little bit of time trying to understand what the best way to do that is and what the best mechanism is. Because it does need to be digestible. So there you go, Sheena, you're hearing it.
Thank you so
All right.
much, Ms. Cooper. No, I just think it's gotta leave this space, right? So I think we do a lot of talking here, but how do we get that out to a lot of people who follow this and who followed us closely for a couple months? This spring. And this is my other last comment. I know we need to move towards this kind of being really clear around allocations and allotments. And what did you use the word? Starving for a year, or
Starvation diet.
starvation diet for 1 year, and being lean for this upcoming year. But I want us to also consider what happens after that, when we figure out where we are and what is the right formula for and process for providing what I think is like equity for schools that need more resources. And so if we go through this year and we realize this school actually really needs this assistant principal because of the needs of the school, we've got new leadership in a school and the right team actually needs to be this. We are seeing chronic absenteeism in a school, so a full social worker needs to be added to this school. All the different needs that we see coming up, how are we creating the right system and processes for that once we get to this year and think about the upcoming year?
And I would say to you that it is after, it is number one, after reconciliation, and then as we're moving into the beginning of the school year next year, that there's an opportunity for principals and groups to come together and take a look at impacts and changes, additions, modifications that might be needed, whether it is shifting existing resources or creating additional resources. That work does need to happen next fall, prior to the budget development process, prior to the allotment process and the allocation of positions for the next year, whether you're asking for new money or not, so that it is informed by what the impact is as they see at the beginning of the school year. And I think that, you know, a little extension of that is, once you identify really how all of your resources are positioned in the district, let's say that we determine, you know, we've got a capacity for another $2 million worth of stuff based on all these changes that we've made that we could allocate on an annual basis to schools for resources. What's the best use of that $2 million? Is it restorative practices coordinators at the elementary school? Is it additional counselor positions? Is it changes to the AP formula? Is it carving out a chunk of funds for our higher needs schools based on some criteria that we establish for specific resources and support that those schools may need? I think it's about being intentional and strategic about our existing resources and whether there is space in those resources to do that. or it requires a new resource. Something else I think that we can take a look at is, there are intervention positions that have been created in some schools, but not all schools. We could establish a formula or a basis. I mean, we are allocated resources to support at-risk students. We should use those resources and establish some sort of a formula around what those at-risk determinants are for students, see what that concentration looks like in schools, and allot resources based on that, for example. So that's all sort of work that's before us. But we just need to establish sort of our baseline first. But there's room for all of it.
I appreciate that. Look forward to hearing more about how we're making those decisions. It sounds like we're going to have a pretty robust agendas in August and September, considering what we're talking about tonight. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, good.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a closed session.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Chavez. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, use the same sign. Passes unanimously. We're now moved into closed session. We're now back in open session. Interim Superintendent Moore.
Good evening again, Board Chair, board members. I request approval of the Personnel Action Report dated 6/27/24.
Move approval of the personnel report for June 27th, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, use the same sign. All right, the board is going to go back into closed session. The board is preparing to, I am preparing to receive a motion on behalf of the board to go back into closed session. But before we do that, we recognize so many of our staff members today who are here currently making sure this board meeting operates. Many of those staff members were also impacted by all of the payroll, and we want to make sure they have an opportunity to go home. So thank you all so much for being here this evening. Once we have this motion to go into closed session, the board will come back out and close our meeting in open, but we will have no further business, so will no longer be streamed. All right.
Move we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers and seconded by Ms. Byer that we go into closed session for personnel reasons. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Good night to our viewing audience. Again, the board will come back out and close the meeting in open session. Thank you.